We are going to go ahead and get started. This is the third session of our current tiered Millennium Dawn series, which is going on Saturdays. When we left off last time, we had just formalized the creation of the SCO, which is the Shanghai Cooperation Agreement, which was built off of the Shanghai 5, a security and economic organization based off of the cooperation between Russia, China, and the Central Asian region. Last session, we expanded it quite dramatically to have associate status with a lot of our neighbors, including India, Taiwan, South Korea, and we are in the process of adapting the Asian organization into the SCO. Asian, of course, being an organization originally created to kind of offset the rising power and the economic and political hostility of China and Southeast Asia. However, we have taken a very cooperative China. We've gone to a very trade-focused China. And as such, we have worked really heavily with Asians, such that we are actually working on integrate them into the SCO. When that's completed, the majority of Asia will be within the SCO, and the Shanghai Cooperation Agreement will be I wouldn't say a competitor to systems like the EU, but it is definitely a rising economic organization on the world stage, obviously orchestrated by ourselves and the Russians. Let's go ahead and cancel production licenses. They're not paying for theirs apparently, and then we'll continue to expand our coastal building projects here. We have 433 factories. We are getting very close to the US, not GDP per capita, obviously. We have a lot of people, a lot of the rural region in the middle of China still really suffering from, I wouldn't say poverty, but certainly not the wealth that is being seen on the coastline. As much like in real life China, we have based pretty much all of our industrial output, all our factories, all of our wealth into the coastal areas, which is also what happened in real life.
What's up, Scythe? What's up, Ridester? What's up, Jakey?
How y'all doing? Chris is probably vibing, man. It's a Saturday. He's probably out drinking or something. I wouldn't expect to hear anything. We obviously did take a two-China policy, so we are, I wouldn't say really close with Taiwan, but we are cooperating with them more than, historically, obviously, China's done, given, recent news circumstances, so we are cooperating heavily with them. The same with India. I do want to talk to Russia about formally starting to have SCO meetings as well. We'll do that in just a moment.
He said he would play North Korea, so Big Twins won't let me reunite.
Ah, fuck, okay. Well, if he doesn't show up today's game, then I guess he's not playing them, so. All right, we're gonna write out a news post in just a moment about the SCO, but I think we need to have some talks with Putin first if he's not busy. Let's go see what he's up to. Where's the closet? Hello there.
Hello, Mr. Zeman.
Mr. Putin. I hope you don't mind me calling you up like this.
No, not at all. You're always welcome best in Moscow.
Wonderful. I wanted to have a very brief conversation with you regarding the situation of the SCO. As you know, the SCO has expanded quite dramatically to include a lot of Asian countries, including India, Taiwan, as well as the soon-to-be incorporated states of Asia. With such a large economic bloc within the East, I think it is time that we start to consider taking it a little bit more seriously and perhaps having yearly meetings at the very least, so we can cooperate more heavily to whatever means we feel needed.
Russia supports this wholeheartedly. Also, we have a proposal that we will bring up during this meeting.
Good.
I think it will benefit our bloc as a whole if we go through with this. But
what proposal are you planning on doing, if you don't mind me asking?
That proposal is about making a unified currency like the European Union has.
That's a very, very big ask. Is this going to be backed by anything, or are you wanting to just completely create a new currency like the euro?
I think the idea behind this I had is if we create a unified currency, it will strengthen our position in the world market, and it has the potential to erase the dollar as the dominant currency in the world market. That's the goal I have here in mind.
It's a very bold proposal.
I know, Mr. Zemin, I lost a lot from China and every other state by doing this, but I think in the long run it will benefit our bloc and it will benefit our economic standing in the world.
It would, and it would be timed at a very good moment, as currently the CCP is preparing to undertake what we're going to be calling the Belt and Road Initiative, which would be a large spinning spree to align nations with China and the SCO all throughout the developing world. If we could do this through investment using a new currency, that would be very useful. However, it will take time to develop such a thing. I mean, that requires the establishment of an SCO bank, as well as figuring out who exactly will be administering this currency. And that's even assuming many of the countries will be open to it, which I know countries like India might not be so keen on something like that.
I understand. For this proposal, I would say to get like the benefits of this, I would say we should do a roadmap that spans over 10 to 15 years to develop this.
If you would like to outline what you think that would look like, I think that would go a long way towards convincing fellow members of the SCO, and if we were to meet, of the importance of such a thing. I will say the CCP I don't think would be perhaps opposed to us. The hardliners, the conservatives obviously would definitely not be, but since they are not primarily in power at this time, this is something that China would be open to at least discussing.
I have something in mind, and I will enlighten on this in the meeting. But I have something planned out here, and I hope that everybody will be happy with this. I really believe that this step will strengthen our ties in the world, strengthen our economic strength in the world, and it will finally get rid of the US dollar as the dominant market currency.
That's not an easy thing to do. It is so pervaded throughout the world and in all developing markets. I do think it would be possible to overcome it, especially again if we were to turn the Belt and Road Initiative into an SCO project and incorporate investments from other SCO members. If we push that capital with our currency into places like Africa, South America, the Middle East, developing regions like that, we could definitely begin to compete with the dollar. But that was something that would take decades to do.
That is true.
But it is a very worthy goal. That is for sure. I will say you have China's interests, but not expressed support for it at this time. So I hope at the meeting you'll be able to bring forward a good proposal. How about July 1st for our first SCO meeting?
Sounds wonderful, Mr. Zeman.
Wonderful. Is there anything else I can do for you, Mr. Putin? I must say the proposals you've brought here today are very surprising, but very, very interesting to the People's Republic.
Thank you. Not at this time. I believe the only thing I would want to tell you is that Turkey seems to be interested as well. I have spoken with Mr. Erdogan about that.
We have spoken with him, and I know he has expressed an interest in joining the SCO. Frankly, I was very... Oh, speaking of the devil, Turkey has just submitted an application. You'll get no complaints from us. I am surprised, given the historical ties that Erdogan and Turkey have begun to develop with the EU, but frankly, to align them more towards the east is a great victory, considering the, obviously, security concerns surrounding the Bosphorus Strait. If we were to have a friend of ours controlling that, it would be a lot better than, say, the European Union. Not to say that we're, hegemonic rivals with them or anything, but it is good to have that safeguarded.
It is. It definitely is.
The incorporation of ASEAN will be absolutely huge for the SCO and China's own security concerns, as the Malaysian Strait will be no longer under the express control of ASEAN, but will be incorporated and friendly to the SCO, which is obviously has been a big concern for us. The Malaysian Strait is where almost all of our trade goes in and out of, so to have that secured is a really historical moment for us.
It really is, Mr. Zeman. What we're building here with the SCO is absolutely groundbreaking, and I believe it is worthy to go those steps to become the world's most strongest economic bloc.
I agree. Well, Mr. Putin, I will leave you. I'm going to go ahead and hang up the phone now. I do have a couple of matters to attend to. It's always a pleasure speaking with you, and I look forward to hearing your proposal for this unified currency at the meeting on July 1st.
Thank you, Mr. Zeman.
Have
a good day, and thank you for calling me up.
Prime Minister, are you busy at the moment? Prime Minister?
Forgive me.
Hello there. I do believe your secretary had me on the hold there for a little while.
Yes, my phone appeared to have been broken. Sorry, I got a new one.
Completely fine. Do you have a moment, Prime Minister Vajpayee?
Yes, I have a moment. Of course.
First off, we would like to formally, I suppose, congratulate you on your interest in formally joining the SCO as an associate member. We are very glad to see that the historical, shall we say, not best of relations between China and India are disappearing as we build a wider Asian framework economically. So I must say it is really amazing to see India being open to such levels of cooperation.
Of course. Although the Russians have made demands as a part of the full membership, which
What demands do they make?
that 60% of all investments are to be done within the SCO, and India feels that it cannot.
That is not something that China would agree with. So I don't know where those demands are coming from, but they are not backed by the other major members of the SCO. Let me make that very clear.
That is good.
Given that Turkey has joined and they had no such requirements put upon them, we would just like to say that China does not express that being a necessary reason.
That's very good to hear. The information had spread to members of the
I think Mr. Putin and I need to have a conversation about that, as it appears that we're not seeing quite eye to eye on this, and we need to get on the same page.
Indeed. As of now, members of my own cabinet and also the position have been informed by interns, I think, of my cabinet, or of the government itself, that it appears I cannot pass the legislation as of now. I do not have the backing in Parliament for such legislation.
To join the SCO formally?
Precisely. I would need time to make it certain that the Russian demands are in fact not demands, but
I would ask as soon as we're done with this phone call, Prime Minister, that you go ahead and give Putin a call and just get on the same page and make it very clear that China does not see this being necessary for entry.
Well, I will do so.
Given that you do have an express interest in joining and cooperating with the SCO, I will say that we are going to start having yearly meetings. We will be doing them on July 1st, and even though you're not explicitly a member yet of this organization, I would like to formally invite you as an honored guest of the People's Republic of China.
Of course, thank you.
I will say that there will be some probably pretty radical things being proposed there, though, so do keep that in mind. The Russians are very ambitious, shall we say, economically, in terms of what this pact will entail.
I see. Well, I'll have a meeting with Putin before then.
Wonderful. I won't keep you then. I hope that you can go ahead and give him a call. Is there anything else I can do for you, Prime Minister?
Not at this time, no.
Very well. Thank you for your time. It's always a pleasure speaking with you.
Likewise, thank you.
Alright, is there anyone else who is a member of the SCO we need to talk to? South Korea.
Rude, if it makes you feel better, I'll be playing Greece, and I've never played MDRP before.
It's a lot of fun. It's pretty intuitive. I feel like MDRP is really intuitive in the sense that, like, most, especially if you're playing a game like this, you probably know a fair bit about, like, modern politics or modern news, at least. So I think it is more intuitive than role-playing a time period that a lot of people historically or specifically don't read a lot about and understand as well, you know? I think it is a lot more easier. It depends on the person, though. Hello there.
Greetings.
President Dong Yung, this is a call from the chairman of the People's Republic of China. I hope you're in good health, sir.
So I.
Wonderful, wonderful.
As I for you.
May I ask how your talks are going with the North Koreans? I know that you have made attempts to try and make progress in terms of diplomatic communication with the North, and China is hoping that this does go somewhere.
Yes, there's no denying they've gone better than any nation could have predicted, but we've at least certainly opened up a diplomatic tie with them.
So those talks are actually going somewhere then?
Yeah.
That's good to hear.
Sorry,
I called you explicitly to discuss another
Oh
matter.
yeah. Give me a minute. Someone's literally just rang my doorbell.
We'll upgrade our ports for RP reasons as well, since we are going to be exporting even more.
I played single player before, but most of the MD stuff confuses the nine hells out of me. Learning through failure is my specialty, though.
MD is it's complicated, even by HOI standards. It can be very unintuitive. I don't know if you watch my tutorial sites, but they do help a little bit. Okay. We'll wait a minute for South Korea, and if they're not here, we do have some more people to talk to.
Sorry about that.
No,
Someone just rang my doorbell.
I did come here explicitly I did call you explicitly to talk about something, and that is that now as a member of the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, which I believe you are still applying to, correct?
No, I believe we joined.
Yes, in the roleplay unit, it just doesn't show up.
Yeah, in the roleplay.
So I would like to say that after talks between me and Mr. Putin, we have decided that given that this economic cooperative agreement is becoming a lot more prominent on global affairs, we will start to host yearly meetings so we can discuss the situation with our economic zone and political and security issues, which will be held on July 1st. So I'd just like to make you aware of that, and of course, hope that you would attend.
Yes, South Korea will gladly attend.
Wonderful. I'm very glad to hear that. Is there anything else I can do for you?
No, not at the moment.
Wonderful.
We could possibly do an investment deal, but that's purely up
You're
to you.
welcome to invest into China, but unfortunately we have overextended our investiture projects internationally, and we are currently capped out on what we are able to invest.
I understand. Big nations you must trade with a big nation first.
Of course, as one of the essential members of the Shanghai Cooperation Agreement organization, we have a commitment to investing and building up all those countries. We focus very heavily on investments into the former Asian countries. Now, obviously, the more or less end of the Asian bloc and their incorporation of the SCO, it's important that we really develop that region and show our commitment towards cooperation there.
I believe you must do the same to truly unite nations.
Absolutely. Have you had any talks recently, President Mori?
The Japanese?
Yes.
Yes, we've just made an investment deal with them.
How would you say their general outlook towards the SCO is at this time? We've had very few talks with them.
They did not bring up any topic to do with the SCO, so I do not believe they're hostile, but nor for it, as they're more neutral on it.
I understand. Definitely worth some discussion then.
Yes.
Well, thank you, President Deng Yang. Always a pleasure. I hope to speak with you in July at the first SCO meeting.
As do I. Good day.
Thank you. All right, we'll go ahead and take a minute then. So generally speaking, China is more or less trying to develop itself up through peaceful means. We want to compete on the international scale politically and economically, but we're not going to do that like China did in real life. In real life, China became an export-focused country and then really tried to strong-arm their way to political and economic power, which has kind of worked, but it's created a lot more, I think, problems than really benefits. Whereas in this timeline, in this China, Jiang Zemin never retired. It's 2007. We are going to retire him here after a little while because he's been in power now for around 17 years. So he won't be around for much longer. But generally speaking, we've kind of doubled down on the reforms that happened at the end of the 20th century with China, which is just generally the embracement of Western capitalism with socialistic characteristics, and obviously the development of the coastline area, meaning we're really a strong economic power, we're fully incorporated with a globalized international market system, and pretty much in every way other than obviously the strong power that the CCP maintains, we are operating much like many of the other international Western countries. So we are trying to use the SCO primarily as, like, basically the EU. The EU is arguably utilized by some of the bigger countries to kind of extend a large economic zone and be able to prioritize their own exports in a market where they can be competitive due to no tariffs. We're going to look to try and develop a similar system with the SCO. I don't think we'll be able to get a single currency instituted very quickly like Russia wants, but in the long term, that is definitely something we should put on the roadmap.
What's up, Speed Games?
Italy had a civil war, and they have made a peace treaty where there's a northern and a southern Italy. Northern Italy is controlled by Umberto Bossi. This was the AI that did this. No player role-played this out. The AI had a civil war and then had a peace treaty, so northern and southern Italy are now no longer united, which is pretty wild, honestly. There were 3 Italies for a little while, but the southern one did get capitulated. So it's a very interesting Europe currently. France also did leave the EU because they have a pretty, I wouldn't say a dictator, but they have a strongman socialist in power. And after some very complex stuff going on in Ukraine, France was kicked out of the EU. So Europe's pretty hectic right now, honestly. All right, I do want to have a talk with Japan, but we need to write out a news post first. Let's go do that. We'll be a lot more familiar. The SCO as a force for good. These guys. What's up, Coco? They did. They left NATO too, I believe. The Shanghai Cooperation Agreement was nothing more than an idea several years past. For decades, the East has acted more as a uncooperative variety of countries seeking investments and growth primarily from the West. Organizations like the CSTO and ASEAN have allowed for some levels of cooperation, but as a whole, there is no unity like that appears in Europe and the West. The SCO was established out of a desire of Russia and China to develop a security and economic zone that allows for a furtherment of cooperation, as well as a focus on prioritizing Eastern economic investments. With the additions of India, Turkey, South Korea, and all Asian members, this organization is now one of the world's most prominent political and economic factions. Chinese spokesmen are making it clear that it is not intended to act in a centralized manner like the EU, yet it should be considered what lessons can be learned from this entity in the West as a whole. In a speech today in Beijing, Chairman Jiang Zemin had a few words outlining China's hopes for this organization. China is no longer a nation which is simply at the mercy of Western nations and institutions. We have come far through the work of the people and the guidance of past leaders. Although we are not defined by our past, we
future must be one through which our principles are upheld. We hope that the SCO will act as a mechanism for countries seeking a level of independence from Western systems who have alternatives, and a system where their own region is prioritized. At the meeting on July 1st, China will be announcing their centerpiece, our centerpiece, economic deal, the Belt and Road Initiative, a project designed to uplift developing parts of the planet through non-exploitative investments, such as we have already seen in Sudan.
Alright, cool.
What's up, Wild? What's up, Tingle? What's up, Razzers?
You mean their name? Yeah, I saw that. Acting President Nancy Pelosi. Is that happening? I haven't looked. One second. Let me find an SEO image. Let's see if this works. Cool. All right.
Looks like Declaration Principles, Work in Project 1949 blank page.
For what, Tingle?
Island Dwarf coming.
Going good, Wild. How you doing? What's up? So bad I couldn't make it to the last MD Asian scenario. That's fair. I couldn't make it either. Thursdays are no longer as open as they used to be for me. All right, we have two options. I'll let you guys decide on this. Before we continue down the Belt and Road Initiative, we have to decide a partner for our development of our high-speed rail systems in China and then internationally. We can choose the Germans, which we already chose to cooperate with broadly for all investitures and just economic exports into Europe. Or we could choose South Korea, which is quickly becoming a very strong partner for us. They're now in the SCO, and they're one of our biggest partners in Asia. So you all get to make up the party establishment of the Chinese CCP, and you will get a vote on whether we partner with the Germans or the South Koreans in our international investments through the Belt and Road Initiative in terms of high-speed rail and really all infrastructure relating to, probably roads and things like that. So let me make a poll really quickly. Flash poll, 2 minutes going. Your school start on Thursday? That's fair. Yeah, everyone's going back to school right now. It's just that time of year. All right, that means in the meantime, we will work on... We will focus on the future of the SPC. Jiang Zemin is starting to feel his age. He is probably, I think, in his mid-80s at this point. He has been in charge for 18 years, I believe. He's getting old. And he wanted to stay in power longer than he did in real life. In real life, he retired in 99, I think. It's now 2007. He's been in power for a while. So Jiang Zemin is, now that he's kind of seen his vision for China start to really, take hold, and he's a little bit more confident in his legacy being secured, he is going to start to consider his successor. So we are going to go down that path a little bit and keep that in the back of our minds going forward here.
Mr. General Secretary.
Greetings. Is this President Mori?
Yes, this is Prime Minister Mori.
Is there any way you could turn up your microphone as I'm struggling to hear your call?
Oh, sorry. This is Prime Minister Mori from the state of Japan.
Good to speak with you. What are you calling me up for?
Well, I would like to, for one, congratulate you on your big project with the Shanghai Cooperation Organization. We have been seeing what you are doing in places such as Africa, and really, it is a great honor to speak with you today. And
Absolutely. You know that we have had nothing but goodwill towards Japan as in the modern era, and we've really revamped how we cooperate with Asian countries. I know we haven't had a lot of time to talk, President Mori, but I'd like to express to you the same sentiment I've given towards the Asian countries, India, South Korea, and all of our neighbors, which is that China seeks nothing more than economic cooperation and the development of an independent Asia from the machinations of the West.
yes, and about cooperation, I've mostly called you today to discuss cooperation, perhaps in the World Health Organization.
Of course, what do you have in mind?
As you may know, Japan is currently battling an epidemic, as well as I have spoken with Mrs. Nancy Pelosi from the United States as well, and she seems to have the same problem in her nation, and that is there is a rising population in the world which seems to gain very large amounts of stress, and perhaps the stress causes a bit of a depressive disorder in them, and this is a big problem in Japan. I'm not too sure if it is in China or not. I know Chinese
Since this is a private conversation behind closed doors, I will admit we do have a bit of a burnout crisis in China that has been getting worse every year. We have obviously maintained working conditions for a fair degree, but without a high quality of life, we are also struggling with similar issues.
Yes, and that is why I've been attempting to garner support in the World Health Organization, and from the World Health Organization itself, to perhaps create an international coalition of sorts to help nations battle this crisis. As I know now, Japan is not alone in this crisis, and many other massive powers, frankly, have such issues as well.
I will say that this is not one of China's biggest priorities at this present time, as our Belt and Road Initiative, the development of the SCO, and our establishment as one of the major economic powers of the world is of more pinnacle concern. However, the needs of regular people cannot be ignored. With my 3 principles, I made it very clear that the CCP represents the people, and as such, we cannot ignore their needs, whether it be physical, mental, or anything else. Is there something you explicitly have in mind here, President Mori?
Well, we have asked the United States of the same thing, but we do not ask for funding or for a special friendship of sorts, but simply to help perhaps lobby the World Health Organization into paying more attention to these sorts of issues, especially as I know you have just stated that you wish to become an economic superpower, in which I can agree to, quite frankly, you and the Chinese nation are quite powerful as it is already, but these
China will be
problems-
willing to co-sponsor a bill in the United Nations in the next General Assembly, perhaps, then to provide extra funding for the WHO to address the mental health crisis in developing countries, as well as already pre-established ones.
Yes, and as you may be aware, these issues as well can create quite the economic problem. I mean, if I'm completely honest, Japan has had a bit of an economic crisis around it as well, since our government's budget was not doing too well, but raising the taxes would only further this issue to a point which may be irreparable.
China and the CCP are currently considering a reform to our general healthcare system. We've really struggled to be able to find the necessary medical professionals properly trained to be able to administer. I mean, such a large country as China, I mean, well over a billion people, as you well know. It's not easy to put in place a good healthcare system for that, but we are trying to reform that. Perhaps as part of the CCP's upcoming reforms to try and change that system and provide the proper medical professionals necessary, both in terms of general physicians, but we could incorporate a wider drive to also include mental health professionals in China. If Japan would like to be a partner with China in pursuing this at an international level, we would be honored.
Oh yes, of course, Japan would absolutely love to be a partner with China in pursuing these these issues around the globe. We have already implemented ourselves a more mental health focused wing of our healthcare system, as well as steeply raised the funding, which of course has raised our taxes once more. But
Perhaps in order to cooperate this, would Japan be open to perhaps, I mean, you are well known for having many very, very high quality medical colleges, obviously, in Japan and universities. Perhaps in cooperation, if you are truly committed to this, you would be willing to allow a program wherein a large number of Chinese students would be able to study at your universities to acquire the necessary medical knowledge to start addressing this issue in China.
oh, absolutely, yes. It'd be an honor to host wide, frankly, intelligent, how would I put it, base of students. We know China is one of the best nations in terms of education as well. I know your students are very intelligent people.
Of course, the Chinese people work very hard. We've always had to.
Yes, absolutely. Many people in Asia always have had to work very hard, especially with nations as the United States or the United Kingdom coming to our continent as well. And
Of course.
I mean, if I'm completely
We
frank,
will have to wrap this up though, President Mori, as I do have an SCO meeting on July 1st. I will ask, have you considered cooperating at all with the SCO organization in any capacity?
my government is currently considering it. Yes.
That's good to hear. I just like it to make it very clear that China does wish to cooperate with Japan. As you know, we have a very complicated history, but in the modern world, cooperation is the mechanism that we use to obviously grow and become stronger economically in terms of quality of life. And I think there's many things we can learn, as Japan, of course, is the first Asian tiger.
Yes, absolutely. And I believe there is many things that Japan could learn from China as well.
Wonderful. In that case, if you would like to attend the July 1st meeting as a honored guest of China, you are welcome to. There will be a lot of things discussed at that meeting, but obviously as not even an associate member of the SCO, you feel no need to do so.
Absolutely.
Wonderful.
We will consider it.
Thank you for your time, President Mori. It was good speaking with you.
Thank you for your time.
Japan's also very open to cooperation. That's wonderful.
What's up, Viking? I'm doing good. How about yourself?
And yeah, there is a spy operation to increase corruption. It's really brutal. If you do that enough to a country, it will fuck them up. What's up, Escova? When you're shocked at the Russian atrocities in Ukraine, remember you're Canadian. Half the Geneva Convention existed because of your armed forces. The country's stupid enough to pick to fight with them. Canada does go hard, man. Canada's just that really, really polite guy that, like, as soon as he gets angry, just, like, goes absolutely batshit crazy. Just saying. You know. Second.
All right, we've got a meeting in like 2 weeks.
Like Jack Reacher. So this is going to really provide us an interesting... Let me go ahead and read these focuses that we're doing also really quickly. Korea Rail. Korail is the dominant high-speed provider in South Korea. As such, possesses significant expertise that can help improve our own high-speed railway network if we reach out to them. The Belt and Road Initiative. The Silk Road once connected ancient China to far-flung countries across the globe. The modern era provides even greater opportunities for global economic integration. By investing in land and sea routes all around the world, we can increase China's economic clout while helping the development of our many partners. So we're going to go ahead and kick this off right before we have the SCO meeting where we'll be announcing that. And of course, prioritizing all SCO countries.
What's up, Jakey?
We're upgrading our ports as well so we can start to export more. Make sure we're continuing to do that. Shanghai needs one as well. Cool. Why do you have to bully me? Am I bullying you? Are we still communist? Technically, the CCP is still in power, but the CCP has been under Jiang Zemin for almost 20 years now, and as such really doesn't have at this point a lot of socialistic characteristics. I mean, communist characteristics. I'd say they're like a hybrid form of like capitalism and socialism at this point. Just a little bit more extreme version of what already exists in real life of China. Yeah, we already picked Korea Rail. Jakey, yeah, I did Korea Rail. The U.S. left NATO. Oh, damn. All right, July 1st, we have an SCO meeting. Let's go ahead and...
Hello, gentlemen. Hello,
Greetings.
gentlemen.
Like. Hi.
Hello.
The rest of us are here. Just waiting for Turkey, I assume.
Turkey, South Korea as well.
Right, of course.
We already have the delegates from the Central Asia and, of course, Southeast Asia here as well.
Also, hello, Mr. Zeminigan.
Greetings.
I hope you members of the Shanghai Cooperation Organization do not mind myself, Prime Minister Mori of Japan, being here as the honored guest of China. I will try to keep as quiet as possible.
We felt, given the interest in Japan of further cooperation with the SCO, being present at this meeting would give them a chance to see the not only ambitions of this organization, but as just the general cooperation that we're developing here. I assume there's no issues with that with the other delegates?
No issues from Russia.
And as India, of course, is invited in a similar note, we, of course, do not object.
We'll give it just a moment and then go ahead and begin. President Dong Young, welcome.
Thank you.
Welcome.
We can go ahead and begin the first Shanghai Cooperation Organization meeting. Ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor having you here to further discuss the rising economic and political and security pact known as the Shanghai Cooperation Agreement. This began, of course, as simply an attempt by Russia and China to have a voice for Asian countries, which develop and don't have the power, clout, and economic progress that the West does. Over the last 5 years or so, it has expanded dramatically to now include Central Asia, Southeast Asia, as well as a number of other Asian countries. China, for one, hopes that this can begin to develop itself into an autonomous organization that allow us to not rely as much on the West and to look after our own concerns. I believe to begin things off, Russia did have something that they wanted to say, Mr. Putin.
Thank you, Mr. Zeman. Gentlemen, first I want to say it is an honor to speak before you, honorable gentlemen, and it is always a pleasure to see you here. Russia has a really bold proposal, but I think that this proposal will be groundbreaking and, quite frankly, will change the world. Russia will propose a unified currency for all SCO members. This would mean that all currencies that are right now national, like the yen, like the ruble, like I forgot the Chinese currency. Sorry, like the Chinese currency, would mean that we all have one currency, much like the euro. Russia believes that this will further strengthen our standing, our competitive standing in the economic world. And our goal is to replace the dollar, as the US is a dying power. And I believe, gentlemen, it is time that Asia has a say in the economic world, especially with the rise of China and India. For this, gentlemen, I hope you have brochures before you. I propose a roadmap for all of this to realize these plans in 10 to 15 years. This would include, This will conclude, this will include making a central bank. This will include, of course, the name of the said currency, which is still up to debate if we go indeed further with this plan. Which would also mean that all investments, all contributions to the market will be in this currency, and in the long run we will try to replace the dollar as the dominant trading currency. First, I want to hear the thoughts of every member state in here about this idea.
Given that China would be probably the one that has the most to gain or lose out of this scenario besides Russia, given the power of the yuan, as we develop ourselves as a powerful economic entity. I would express that after very long talks within the CCP, there's been a lot of debate and a lot of contention. The hardliners obviously are very opposed to this, but the Shanghai clique, with myself, does find some merit in this proposal. I think that doubling down on what Mr. Putin expressed in terms of a roadmap is the way this would need to go. China would not look for any overnight changes here, as the creation of such a currency would need to be done in a very proper manner. We would like to kind of add on a proposal here and suggest that the way that we go about doing this is the establishment of an SCO bank and an SCO investment fund, and through the Belt and Road Initiative, China is currently use that as a mechanism to start to create an influx of, or an outflow of capital from the SCO into other developing regions, which obviously, if we choose to incorporate a broader currency, would allow us to offset a lot of the power of the dollar. The CCP is not fully sold on this proposal, let me make that abundantly clear, but we do find a lot of potential merit in it. It is open to further discussions, assuming a good roadmap and a good long-term use for this could be properly negotiated.
Understand? Is anybody, any other member state?
So I would like to hear the South Korean president's opinion on this, as the other full-on member of the SCO currently president at this meeting.
Korea would mainly support this, and as we feel it would be a very good idea to increase relations with the North if we were to both use the same currency, if that would be acceptable of the SEO.
That would be absolutely fine.
Alright, yes, and Korea is fully on board.
I know that India is not fully a member yet, but seeing as they already cooperate so heavily with the members of the SCO, I would like to hear their opinion on this proposal.
We do not back this renovation right next door. I don't want you to hear it.
The Indian Parliament, I assume, is being remodeled.
No, in real life. Sorry, it is
I know.
someone boring.
We have a Libyan civil war, by the way.
Yep.
Here's President Erdogan of Turkey. Excuse me, I came a bit late because I was in talks with Chancellor Merkel. But I want to see your opinions about the proposal of Russia about the currency. I guess I think that we are discussing this right now. Is this true?
Yes, we are.
Yes.
Can I hear a brief Russian statement about why we should do this?
Yes, of course. The statement mainly would be to establish our organization as the world's most competitive trading bloc, economic bloc, if you so will, as well as replacing the US dollar in the long run from the market and establish our new currency as the dominant trading currency. This would severely weaken the US influence over the world. This would severely weaken the EU influence over the market as well. And I think it is time that SCO and Asia as a whole should take responsibility for their should take what is right. Everybody deserves growth, and I believe this proposal would guarantee that.
Very interesting. And can I ask the Chinese representatives for their...
We have already made our opinion very clear at this meeting. I know you weren't here, President Erdogan, and that we are open to it, but we want to see more details on how exactly this will be done long term.
Yes. I mean, the Republic of Turkey is interested in this as well. But we are right now neutral about this proposal because we want to see, as well as the Chinese already said, how this will exactly be done.
Mr. Erdogan, we are both great people.
We are, Mr. Putin.
I think it would be wise to join this proposal or accept this, because I think we have the same goal here, to replace the US as a dominant power, economic power in the world.
Mr. Putin, of course, but the US is doing a better job than us, replacing themselves. I mean, they are very weak right now.
Yeah, and this is why I think this is the perfect time to go ahead with this proposal. There's no better time than this, Mr. Erdogan.
Of course, but as I said, we need more information about this currency because prestige is much
China would like to
important
suggest that we go ahead and make this, perhaps that we open a think tank to research and discuss the possibilities of a unified currency. in next year's meeting, we hopefully have a more in-depth roadmap from the Russian delegate. Mr. Putin, would you like to spearhead a research organization to look into the creation of a SCO bank and currency? China does think that perhaps the development of an SCO development fund and SC development group today would be a good start to all this by beginning to make the SCO felt as an economic entity outside of Asia, as a unified
Russia will
force.
Russia will contribute 500 billion.
And China could match the 500 billion. We would like to see that primarily invested into Africa, Southeast Asia, and South America, as those developing regions are ones that would be more open to cooperating with us rather than the West. As well as, of course, internally into the SCO itself.
Turkey would add 250 billions as well. Billions, excuse me.
Wonderful. In that case, we will formally create a developmental fund for the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, and we'll create a research think tank to research the possibilities of a unified currency and the potential economic effects it could have on member states of the SCO today. Is that agreed?
Yes.
That is agreed from the Russian
Yes.
side.
Wonderful.
Agreed from the Turkish side as well.
Agreed from the Korean side as well.
In that case, China would like to briefly say one other thing, which is that we would like to formally announce the creation of the Belt and Road Initiative, which is an attempt by China to continue to get nations to focus more on aligning with Asia and the East, broadly speaking, as well as developed regions which are historically overlooked by the West. Sudan kind of is acting as our staple project in this capacity. The increase in the GDP and the GDP per capita there are at an unprecedented scale, with the quality of life in Khartoum having gone up dramatically in the last 7 years of Chinese investments in that region. We hope to do this in other regions, and by mutual economic prosperity, align both trade and diplomatic focus. And we would like to offer any of our SCO members to act as a partner in this, and potentially work this into the SCO Development Fund, broadly speaking, in the future.
Of course. I think Sudan is a valuable partner. And I think that the Belt and Road Initiative, I can't speak today. Initiative is a good step towards also strengthening ties between China, Russia, and all other SCO members.
Wonderful.
And Russia supports this proposal. I think we already signed the documents for that.
I agree. I think we did. Is there any other proposals, discussions, or issues that other SCO members would want to bring up here today?
Not right now.
Well, Korea was
I have something. Yes.
Turkey, go ahead.
I think there was some issues between that we had discussions with both Chinese and Russians, and they appeared to have different viewpoints on the degree to which investments are to be done exclusively within the SCO.
I believe there was a suggestion made by the president of Russia that a certain percentage of investments would have to be focused on the SCO, which was never formally discussed with China.
Indeed, we did bring forth this proposal, but I think we never discussed it.
No, that was
That
never
was,
discussed with the CCP.
Are you open to discuss this right now, Mr. Zeman? Yes.
We are open to a discussion, but we would say that explicitly barring entry in the SCO unless a certain country, especially one as economically powerful and prosperous as India, would be blocked by being forced to commit a certain percentile of investments into the SCO is not something that the CCP would support. I think barring entry by such a proposal is not a good way to conduct a organization that should be based on a mutual commitment towards cooperation, wherein we would hope that by India's willingness to join and cooperate with the SCO, they would already be willing to invest more heavily in it, but not be required to do so.
That's an interesting viewpoint, Mr. Zeman. I can see where you're coming from, but I think the problem here is simply that all SCU members should invest into each other, and it should be binding that some amount of this investments is to be guaranteed to be invested into SCU members. Because
60% is very high, though, don't you think?
How many?
60% is the figure that we heard from the Indian Prime Minister.
I believe I never said a percentage figure.
You saying the Indian Prime Minister said that?
Oh, Yeah, 60% is a lot. We will propose 40.
What does Prime Minister Vajpayee think about a certain percentage being required, if not as high as what was previously suggested?
As of now, the Indian economy's future lies, I believe, mostly in allowing for European companies and American companies to open up production in India. We want to be the factory for the world. As a part of this, of course, we believe that having good relations with Europe is important, and that any requirement on a certain percentile being in SEO is not agreeable for my party and my coalition. I've had quite lengthy talks with the Telugu Dasam party and other parties within the parliament, and any such agreements could not be acceptable by parliament, and I cannot accept them on that ground.
That is really unfortunate to hear.
South Korea would also have to disagree, as with Korean reunification on the verge of happening, we believe we would have to dedicate the majority of our economy to rebuilding the North to create both sides equal once again.
I think the suggesting of the numbers that have been thrown around in terms of investments are pretty unreasonable. China would support a very minor figure. For example, maybe 20% of investments going into the SCO countries. I think something along those lines would be very reasonable, but a higher number would only create problems.
Russia proposes 20%, and we would be. I'm saying I'm not happy with this, but for the sake of cooperation and for the sake of our great ambitions, Russia would agree.
Given how many countries are now in the SCO, I think a reasonable 20% being co-invested within SCO countries, given that that's already more or less happening, is completely reasonable. So China would be willing to back that. What says the South Korean delegation?
As I said, unfortunately, South Korea would not be able to do any percentage at this time, as we believe it is too risky, as we might have to dedicate the majority of our economy to rebuilding the North. But once reunification has happened and we know the path, we could be able to contribute to that.
Perhaps then this is a proposal that should be shelved for now, President Putin, or as it could create more division than really useful economic cooperation here.
That is true. Then we shelve this proposal. Russia is no longer enforcing.
Are there any other proposals on the table currently? Or anything that wishes to be discussed?
Yes, right urgently. Should the SCO help Mr. Gaddafi?
This is not a defensive alliance. We act mutually for security in Asian regions, but given that North Africa is not within our domain, China will take a neutral stance and rejects the concept that the SCO would involve itself directly as a military organization.
Mm-hmm. Any other proposals, or not proposals, any other opinions about this from Turkey perhaps, or South Korea?
The Republic of Turkey is currently in talks with the Social Democrats of Libya that are fighting against Gaddafi, but we have not decided which side we should support yet, officially.
Then I think Russia has to do it on its own. Russia will support Mr. Gaddafi in its fight against.
You're welcome
rebellious...
to take any individual military action you feel is necessary, but China would like to expressly say that we do not want this organization to ever act as a defensive pact like NATO or something along those lines. We do see this primarily as being economic and related to security, explicitly within the Asian region, around terrorism and obviously the stopping of any tensions from flaring up. But a unified military force, it should never be.
I understand. That was not my intent. I'm just merely asking because I see Libya under Gaddafi's rule as a potential member for the SCO as well. But that's just the Russian viewpoint. I know that Turkey or perhaps China sees differently, but I just wanted to try to get some opinion on that from the other delegates in here.
I have great respect for Mr. Gaddafi. I met him several times. He stabilized his nation, made it into one of the richest of the African continent. Mr. Putin, I would like to talk with you about this in Moscow after this meeting.
Of course, of course.
And since we are still here, I would ask the Shanghai, excuse me, the Shanghai Cooperation Organization for investments in office sectors in the Republic of Turkey, since we officially joined the organization. And yeah, we would be happy if we could receive some investments from our partners.
Russia will start by investing about 112 billion office sectors into Turkey.
Much appreciated, Mr. Putin.
India cannot invest right now because we have already invested quite a bit on the promise of having investments back, which we have not received.
No problem.
Korea can't invest either, and I also have to go talk to the GC quickly.
All right.
Is there anything else to discuss at this meeting?
Not from the Russian side.
Very well. In that case, we will meet again next July. Thank you all for being here, and we look forward to continued cooperation.
Thank you.
Indeed. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
All right, wonderful. We're done with that. Really cool, RP. Thank you, Tim. I'm just wondering if you ever had a negative debt in AMD, because right now in game I've got negative 4.2 debt. I thought it never went past 0. Sometimes Papa Mao Zedong, if you're still here, sometimes it'll do that where it goes over. That just means basically you have a surplus though. So like if you have negative debt and you take out debt, it'll just go back to 0. So basically you just got like 5 billion sitting in your, or 4.2 billion sitting in your bank essentially. It's just, it glitched out. It does that sometimes, but that just means that you can, if you want to take like 4 billion in loans or in debt, it'll just balance out that way. So it's pretty nice like that. What's up, Denise?
How did you raise your GDP per capita? GDP per capita works very simply. It's just basically your population, which you can see if you hover over your manpower, go down to the middle part where it says total manpower. On the right, it gives your population, which for us is 1.4 billion. So it's 1.4 billion, and then they divide that by your GDP, which you can see here in GDP, which is 17 trillion for us, which comes out to be around 11, almost 12,000 GDP per capita. So you raise your GDP per capita by basically just building a lot more industry and things to increase your GDP while not having so much population growth that it offsets that. So yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and lower taxes a little bit, try and stabilize things. We've got a lot of excess capital. We are going to go ahead and write out a proposal and increase healthcare funding, but I'm gonna go to the bathroom first, so I'll be right back.
Greetings. And he's AFK.
Want to do rival superpower against America? That's what we're headed towards. We're actually not that far away from it. Alright, we're going to focus in on the Korean issue, and we'll work on the status quo.
Greetings. Greetings.
Greetings.
Oh, Ham.
Yes.
Sorry. You,
Is this
you
in
cut
or
out
out
a
of
minute.
roleplay?
I'm sure you've seen in the news that the North has actually proposed the agreement of a unity government, and of course the South has agreed to this. This has been the goal of our party for almost decades.
You fully have the support of the CCP, given that we have relations that are good with both of you. We are in the process of trying to also help maintain the status quo and expedite these peace talks. What's the timeline looking like on the development of a unified Korea at this time? As I know, the North has expressed that interest.
Out of RP, I'm literally about to hit the button to see if they accept.
Cool. If you can do it now, or you can wait, because I can mediate peace talks, which will increase the chance of it. You'll just have to wait a little while.
It's already at 100%.
Go for it then. Cool.
Yeah, it's 30 days. But yes, we'd like we were just checking that the Chinese would not have any objections, as we know you agreed a lot with the North Koreans and close ties
Given
with them.
the very good relationship that we have with both of you, we have absolutely nothing against it at this time.
That's just amazing to hear. Alright, it appears this is a good day. I must go talk to the North Koreans.
Of course. We will speak soon.
Good day.
We need to get to 15% to be a superpower, and we have 0.7 left, so we just need some more investments, and we'll need to do probably an anti-corruption initiative here as well. But I want to write out a proposal, because we're going to go ahead and go for a basic universal healthcare in cooperation with Japan. So let's write out a proposal for that. China co-sponsors Global Health Initiative with Japan.
So Wild, what's up? How's it going, Jacob?
China has been attempting to reform its healthcare systems for decades now. The lack of properly trained medical professionals has been incredibly taxing on the health infrastructure of China as a whole. Jiang Zemin views this issue as one of the most pressing for the country, as a higher quality of life is expected with the modern China that is quickly becoming normal. This, combined with the dramatic economic inequality and lack of options in
the rural regions is seen as the chief example of the extreme policies that have been necessary for the success of the Chinese economy. Members. What's up, 069? So I love role-playing with people, keep it interesting. Do some weekend games for non-tiered after this one. We're discussing it right now. We're currently trying to train our GCs so that we can start to get games running again. And then we're also just trying to figure out like what we want to do for weekend time slots. But it is being discussed and planned out. Members of the, what's that organization called? The, I think, Communist Youth League. Communist Youth League cooperating with conservative hardliners are using this issue as a lightning rod for criticism of the Zemin Shanghai dramatic policies. China appears to be tackling that issue to shore up domestic support as well as continue to act as a global leader in reform and progress. The CCP has announced an initiative with Japan wherein a scholarship program will be given to those of capacity wishing to be trained in general practice or mental health at the world-class Japanese universities. It is also expected that there will be a bill jointly proposed with Japan at the next General Assembly, giving funds to the WHO to tackle the global health crisis, which China is willing to help fund. In a statement given out by the office of Chairman Zemin, he expressed how important the issue was. The CCP will take the healthcare crisis as it comes, but make no mistake, this is seen as the biggest focus for our party, alongside our maintenance as an up-and-coming economic superpower. The three, what are they called? Representative Thoughts demands that we look first and foremost after the interests of our people. And these reforms will help to change it. Alright, I gotta fix all my absolutely garbage spelling.
Man. It's hard to find a good Zeman speech picture. Ah, perfect. God damn it. Not perfect. Bear with me. Fuck! Why is it so hard to find a Zeman picture? There we go.
What's up, Fruit Fly?
Perfect, that'll work. Fucking JFIF files. Fuck you! Fine, let's use that one. Alright, cool. So that means that we are going to increase our funding for healthcare, obviously. We'll go ahead and go up to basic universal healthcare, and we'll offset that. We actually don't need to. We have the funding for it, shockingly. We're going to start to begin the industrialization of the rural interior of China as well. Are you staying communist? Technically, the CCP will remain in power, but effectively, they are no longer like the hardline Maoist Marxists that they used to be. Now they're a form of like hybrid socialism capitalism, like a more extreme version of what we see in real life. That's how I'm kind of role-playing them. All right, the status quo we've gone for in Korea, so we helped a little bit to mediate that situation with South and North Korea, which is good. We're going to go ahead and pull out of that a little bit, though. Once we get 75 mils, we'll be able to go do our other stuff. I really hate how it's locked behind military factories. That makes no fucking sense, but we do have to wait for that. The financial orientation of the SCO has been highly beneficial for us, given our vast superiority in terms of capital. We can now use this economic advantage of ours to consolidate our political influence over the other SCO nations. We'll begin that process as well.
Boy, there's no real easy way to say this, but
Thank you for the prime, the Sniper 21. Appreciate that, man.
I'm gonna have to report you back to Cusco.
Greetings.
Hello there. What can I do for you?
I regret to inform you that for some reason, even though they proposed it, the North has declined the unitary.
Out of roleplay, that's why I suggested you wait, because like there's a focus thing that I can do that helps with it. So
it doesn't make sense.
Are you able to propose it again?
I will be at one point, yeah.
Yeah, so I have on my focus tree, I can go down the status quo, which I've already done, which it'll take a little while, but it means that you have a really high chance of getting success with it.
Yeah.
I won't be prioritizing it really like quickly, but like I will be doing those, so you know, it's a...
The only issue is they have the option to do the focus. That'll just annex me. So, if so, I'll just probably do the observer thing, play as them, and just sit do the roleplay.
Sounds good. Awesome, Zodi. Is there
also,
anything else I can do for you?
Yes, the South has been looking to really begin creating a space program, and I'm sure I've heard from many sources that the Chinese want to as well, and I'd like to propose, what's it called? A unitary, I don't know what the word is, effort in that, where South Korea and China would use the same organization to aid itself.
I'm sorry, one more time?
South Korea would like to, propose that China and South Korea work together to create a space agency.
We would not be opposed to that. We are getting very close to formally beginning to expand our focus on the CNSA. So we would be happy to incorporate South Korea into that organization, given that we are obviously so heavily cooperating with the SCO. But we do a little bit more time on that. Out of roleplay, I can't do those decisions till I get a bunch, like 15 more mils for some reason, so we'll get to those pretty soon. It wasn't going to be decisions
for me, it was just going to be roleplay, but yeah.
I understand, yeah, but it'll be more fun when we can actually do focuses.
Yeah, I get that.
In other news, we would like to see a South Korea as capable of investing in China at this time, as we are looking to expand development of the rural region, and as a close partner, we were hoping that South Korea could spearhead an investment project.
Yes, we could be able to at this moment. Would you like office sectors or civilian industry?
Civilian industry, if you're capable. We are looking for the western regions of China primarily to be invested into there.
If you wait like a few weeks, I'll be able to do 4 in Jiangxing. I don't know say that.
Perfect, thank you. But yes, I would like to formally say that China is really beginning to reevaluate our perspective towards both aerospace, broadly speaking, and especially with a focus on the development of space. Obviously, our Long March series needs to be expanded in terms of our launch capacities, but generally a refocus on the many benefits that space industrialization, militarization, and broadly exploration would have benefit us would be of huge importance. Cooperating with South Korea on that would be absolutely possible. If the SCO continues to expand, China is also interested in having the I keep forgetting the acronym for it, the CNSA be incorporated into a broader SCO space organization potentially as well.
Yes, South Korea wanted to propose that at the SCO, but we didn't feel it was the best time to do so.
It's not the best time right now, but if we continue to work together and expand in the future, it's absolutely something that we should keep a very close eye on.
That is what we believe as well.
Anything else I can do for you, President, before we take our leave here?
Nope, that is all.
Wonderful. Pleasure speaking with you. We will speak soon.
Good day.
Thank you to follow Paracleta 007. And what's up, Target? How you doing? Japan can just demand they reunify, 9 times out of 10 it happens.
Can you can demand that Korea reunifies? I did not know that. Alright, we have a ridiculous amount of money, so we need to change our spending here. That'll put us over, I think. Oh, yeah. Holy fuck. That's not currently sustainable. That's unfortunate. We're gonna go into a deficit here for a while, but that's fine. We have around $1 trillion saved up, so we can go into it. Will you weaponize space? We'll have to decide. It really depends on the geopolitics when we get down that far and pursue that, so we'll have to see. We have currently 400 civs, and then we have 61 mils. I think we need 75 to go down our focus tree. 75, yeah. Zodi, we're doing a really cooperative China. We've gotten the SCO to become one of the world's largest economic organizations, so we're just gonna try and expand on that. I'm role-playing basically a really soft power China, where they double down on Zemin and the Shanghai cliques, incorporation to Western systems. Armenia is gonna join the SCO. Nice.
Hello.
Hello there.
Hello, this is the Sudanese Communist Party advisor here to speak to the sorry, I got a little blank in my head right now. To
the chairman?
Chairman, not chairman. I mean your what's it called again? Your thing in my country. I forgot the name.
Ambassador? Embassy?
Ambassador. There we go.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Ambassador's
that's
the
what
one. Yep.
Yes, I'm here to speak to Ambassador of the CCP.
Greetings. What can I do for you, President Mohammed?
I'm here to talk to you about our new naval strategy in this region of the Red Sea. We just built a brand new ship thanks to the CCP's economic help and others. And we are here to ask if CCP naval tacticians or naval officers can help with operating this vessel and train my crew.
Given that we already have a ship docked in the port of Sudan under Admiral Yao Zilao, I am sure that we would be able to get him to do some joint exercises with your ship and potentially to teach you some Chinese naval doctrine. Given your close relationship with China, I think we could also discuss the possibility of exporting some naval schematics to Sudan. However, we do need to have a little conversation before that begins.
About what? Do you want to start that conversation now? Is that a
Absolutely.
conversation?
China is looking, obviously, now that the SCO has fully shown its economic power and cooperation, we are looking to expand the SCO membership into Eastern Africa and to our partners there. And we would like to see, first off, as Sudan has received a lot of investments from China and now has benefited a lot from them, if you would be willing or interested to start more heavily cooperating with the SCO, given that obviously investments will continue to flow into Sudan and Eastern Africa. We have we have a lot of plans we've drawn up for how we can exacerbate development in Eastern Africa. We are going to begin a African railway project, and there is also talks of the capacity to develop a Chinese African Development Fund and build hospitals, clean energy, agriculture, and many other things there.
We would be very open to this idea because, as you know, our economy is doing very, very well thanks to a lot of CCP help.
Absolutely.
And, yes, and we would be interested in the have closer ties with the SCO economically and politically. As in for your what was it again? What did you want to establish again in Africa?
The Chinese Africa Developmental Fund, which probably would end up being the SCO Africa Development Fund.
Well, the SCO African Development Fund would be great to have their headquarters in a very stable nation that is Sudan right now. If you're open to
given
it,
that Sudan formally joins the SCO, we'd be happy to establish Khartoum as the center for African development from the SCO.
Oh, okay. So membership is the only way to get that headquarters.
Yes,
into,
it would be.
our country.
But given the many benefits of membership in the SCO, I assume Khartoum, the Khartoum government would have no issue with this.
We would have a question though of how ascension to the SCO membership status.
At a
what is the
roleplay, do you have a
process?
decision that you're able to join it or not?
Can I get a decision?
Yeah, go to your events and decisions and scroll to the bottom and see if there's anything related to the SCO. Some countries have them, I think some don't, so...
No, sadly, I did get an event that you gave me that said that SCO, are you interested in joining? I said yes, you know, but I didn't get any decision related to it.
Okay, maybe I have to do more of the focus tree for the SCO, but regardless, just in the roleplay, if you join, that's completely fine. You don't have to formally be in it.
Okay, perfect. There's no like ascension of first. Don't you have to vote on it, or it's just China just says yeah you're in?
No, so we've already had talks with our fellow members of the SCO, the primary partner being, of course, Russia, and given your obviously good relationship with them and the general desire of the SCO to expand into developing regions such as Africa in terms of membership and cooperation, there wouldn't be any issue here. The SCO is a very open agreement. It just really requires a commitment by nations wishing to join to cooperate heavily through it economically and otherwise.
All right, perfect. We would like to put a referendum for a country ban to be our people, of course, decide if they would want to join this membership.
It's
That's
completely
okay with you.
reasonable to us.
That's perfect, man. We will then get the vote on, and we will get back to you very soon.
Wonderful. I hope to hear from you soon. And when you do let us know, and we can discuss, obviously, the establishment of a developmental fund organization HQ within Khartoum, and all the investment that will come with that. In addition to, I believe, the 140 billion that we've also just invested into your economy again.
Perfect. That's perfect to hear. And have a good day, my good sir.
You as well. Form of Chinese-African cooperation. The Forum on Chinese-African Cooperation, the FOCAC, facilitates our interactions with the entire African continent, a region that we view not as a backward or barbaric as the West does, but as a source of potential and opportunity. I'd love to see some good Rwanda or Kenya RP from someone. Those are two very progressive countries in Africa that work with China, I believe. Yes, they absolutely do. They're very heavily involved. There are minor African nations that have no focus trait. There is that, though. Is this a world RP game? Yes, it is. It's the entire world wild. It's a tiered game, so you have to be Lord or higher to play this game. So, yeah. Africa is incredibly painful if you are one of the major countries or don't have a focus tree. It's very doable. I've done it before. I prefer not to play countries with the default focus tree because I do think it should be expanded a bit more. It's not the most interesting, but it's very doable. You just kind of have to know what you're doing with Millennium Dawn mechanics, I suppose. To go down a lot of our focus tree, we need to continue to expand like the opinion of our organizations for our government, but the focus tree doesn't give them to you, and I haven't been getting any events for them, which really sucks. They should be, Zodi. I do believe it is on the roadmap for Millennium Dawn dev team, I think. All right, looking good. We need to secure more mutual investment with India. Do we have any open slots right now? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. We have 2 available. We're about to have 2 more. As soon as these 2 finish, let's go discuss with India the possibility of another probably 500 billion in investments or so. Yes, we are going with 2 China. We are not, we also renegotiated our claims in the South China Sea, so now we only basically claim like this. And we mutually administer this, the parcel islands with Vietnam. So we've really taken a cooperative approach, generally speaking, towards Asia. We cooperate with all the groups that we used to be pretty, I wouldn't say rivaled with, wouldn't say hostile, but very competitive for sure. We're cooperating with South Korea, we're cooperating with Asia, we're cooperating with India, we're cooperating with Japan. We have done 2 China policy. We jointly administer the Taiwan Strait with them navally, and then we have renegotiated our claims on the South China Sea. So we are much less hostile and aggressive than real-life China.
What's that special?
Special? Trying to say that. Yeah, this is like actually base China. This is the China route that would result in them actually like surpassing the US very quickly. Like this route is the way that they actually become the superpower, which we are going to do. We are currently at 14.4% power. As soon as we get to 15, we become a superpower, and then we are going to be able to go for, where is it? A rival superpower. Which, if we go for this, we will formally no longer be peacefully cooperative, and we will be seen as a formal, Jesus Christ, rival to the United States. Words are hard. Yeah. Factory-wise, I do believe we are pretty close to America right now. Yeah, so we have a lot more factories than America does now. This doesn't show their office complexes, so I'd say we're probably pretty close right now. They have a lot of debt still, we have none. Yeah, so their GDP is 23 trillion. Ours is currently 18 trillion, so we are 5 trillion behind the US GDP-wise right now. Yeah, we are about to formally be a superpower. What do you have? In what way, Tajid? You've got backdoor on US, UK, Japan, Australia. For security reasons, we're also going to probably want to get this on a lot of the European nations. All right, we're going to begin the China-Africa Development Fund. Through the China-Africa Development Fund, we will provide much-needed investment to infrastructure projects on the African continent.
Hi, can you name some RP mods?
You mean mods that are really good to roleplay with, Gino? Or how do you mean? Like mods that are really fun to roleplay, or mods that are explicitly made for roleplay? There's a few mods that are like called like roleplay mods or are titled roleplay mods, but they don't really tend to add a lot. You could roleplay with pretty much any mod that's really made for it. Mods that I'd say are really good just generally for role-playing in HOI4 especially, it would be, I'd say MD is the best, probably followed by Kaiser X, really easy to roleplay given the amount of lore in it, just generally speaking. Great War Redux, I really like to roleplay that given the interesting alternative history focus trees that they have. Old World Blues is great for roleplay, the amount of lore they have in it and stuff like that. And then, oh man, what's the other one? There's another mod I'm not thinking of right now as well.
Last MD game I made AI Russia tried to invade Yugoslavia and lost 3 units on the shores of Montenegro.
Yeah, you gotta do those naval invasions right or you get fucked up.
What's up, Impari?
I know. I'm not completely clean shaven. Our total factory count right now, it's 517 plus 163 is 680. We have 680 factories right now if you count our office complexes. Office complexes are added from MD and they don't show up in your factory count, so you have to add them on top of everything. So yeah, we've got a lot.
You're very welcome, Gino.
Road to 56 is solid. Road to 56 is pretty good for roleplay too, if you want like a very typical, like just, you know, historical World War II roleplay scenario. So, R56 too. You can definitely roleplay them all in single player in your head, but I will say that multiplayer roleplay is a lot better in my opinion. It's just more enjoyable. I used to do a lot more like single player roleplay, and I still enjoy it a little bit, but I've always kind of like roleplayed in my head when I played like strategy games, you know, especially with like Crusader Kings 2, but multiplayer just makes it more in-depth and interesting. And thank you for the follow, Gina. All right, we have another SEO meeting in a month. When that is done, we're gonna do a roleplay post about the development fund, which I want to establish for the SEO, broadly speaking. So we'll do that. We'll do more investments there as well. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 13. We still got a ways.
Are you gonna try and contest U.S. Navy?
No, we're not going to go military route this whole game. Unless we are actively aggravated and the U.S. goes after us navally or militarily in any way, we are going to do an entirely a peaceful rise. I'm trying to roleplay out basically a peaceful rise to power from China. Is what we're trying to do here. We are developing a really big navy, though. We do have a very big navy. We're expanding it very quickly. So if they do come after us, we will be able to probably give them a pretty good fight navally, but America would have to actively aggravate us and actively try and pursue a military approach towards us, because we're just going to be entirely peaceful. We're using our navy more as like a diplomacy tool rather than anything else. A lot of these countries don't want us getting more influence over them, which isn't surprising. Let's try Africa as well. Once we increase the development fund a fair bit, we'll be much more able to, I think they accept a lot more. They don't right now because we have a lot of influence on them. Also, a lot of these African countries now have a higher GDP per capita than us, which is hilarious, so we actually can't give them economic funding like this, which is hilarious. Damn. Alright.
We having SEO meeting on the day I was born.
July 1st?
Yep. Your RPing in single player is kind of jarring. After a while, you just realize all the AI is essentially dead and brainless and it becomes unfun.
Exactly, 069. Yeah. That's where I get. I like single player roleplay for a little while, and then I just realize how dead the game is. I'm just like, you know, it'd be nice as if there are actually players on these countries. You know? Population-wise, we are at 1.4 billion, and it is slowly rising. Not as crazy as it used to, though.
Yeah, no, your roleplay was really good in that game, Wild.
All right, we're gonna head up to the SEO channel for our second SEO meeting. We'll see if anyone actually shows up to this. We're gonna stockpile our political power to get rid of corruption as well right now.
I remember early days when we had a problem with people expanding a lot in core stuff and tried to fuck people up.
Yeah, when we just like only ran Road to 56 games in this server. I remember that. Those games were fun, but they were barely roleplay, you know. They were barely roleplay.
That one that we did when Cold War didn't work, that was not roleplay.
A lot of our early games were barely roleplay, but that was when the server was still experimenting with stuff and transitioning to that.
That was when we had the Cold War game that didn't work, and then we decided to just do Road to 56.
Oh, yeah, because they stopped working for multiplayer.
Matt on Germany and you on France, and you had a fit.
That wasn't a roleplay game. That was when I just got dicked on as France.
Exactly.
Yeah. All of Europe versus me. I held with no tanks, though. I'll always remember that game. I held a tank Germany, a tank Poland, a really good United Scandinavia, and I think Austria, too, as France. So.
You're calling me good. I take that as a compliment. I was Scandinavian. I'll take that as a compliment.
All right, where's the other members? I see that India's busy.
Yeah.
Do we want to do another SEO meeting? It's July 1st.
Sure, yeah. Sorry, I was typing something up for the UN speech.
No worries.
Oh yeah, I forgot about the UN.
Welcome, Mr. Putin. I see that I think India is pretty busy with talks with the President of the United States. But it is
Shall
important,
we?
I think, that we have another talk, especially just to reevaluate a lot of the stuff that we discussed previously.
Shall
Of
we get?
course.
Shall we get the Japanese?
If you would like to go get them, absolutely.
Alright.
There were rather unpleasant situations in Libya happening. Russian troops and Kanzuk forces have directly engaged in combat, so I had to deal with this.
So you have formally sent troops in there.
Yeah. So did the Kanzuk alliance.
Alright, I believe that is everyone. I'll wait the Turkish.
Broadly speaking, I would like to begin by announcing that China has formalized the creation of the China African Developmental Fund, wherein we will be using large portions of our investment capital to invest in primarily Eastern Africa, but Africa broadly speaking, as we do view that region as being very important to us economically as well as politically. So we hope to be able to work more with them. I have formally suggested to Sudan that they join the SCO, and as a part of that, Khartoum would be the base of operations for the Chinese and then SCO development fund in the region. I hope that the fellow members of the SCO understand the importance of cooperation with Africa, as they are the region of the world with the most potential in the future.
Of course.
Of course.
The Republic of Turkey stretched the hand a lot of years before to the African continent, and we have great relations to Sudan and would be very happy to see them here in our organization as well.
Wonderful. We would like to formally ask if the Russian delegation has formalized a long-term roadmap for how they'd like the unified SCO currency to look, or if that is still undergoing.
That is still a little bit undergoing since we had a situation in Libya that
Of course.
kind of had my attention there. This will take another year, I'm afraid.
There is no rush on these sorts of things.
Mhm.
Does anyone here have a proposal they would like to make to the SCO, broadly speaking? Does not seem we have anything important to do then. I would like to make it very clear that I hope that my fellow members of the SCO will cooperate with China in investing into Africa. Having a large amount of influence there and developing that region, again, is China's #1 priority right now, alongside, of course, developing the SCO countries, broadly speaking. So I hope that I will not be the only one doing so.
No, of course
Russia
not.
Russia is always helping Sudan from the earliest
Of
days.
course.
Good,
Yeah,
that's very good to hear.
Turkey restood it. Turkey is there as well. As you can see on the document, Turkey is right behind China, the nation that invests most into Sudan.
Absolutely.
We are happy to continue this.
That's wonderful to hear. In that case, I think that we don't really need to have a long meeting here. It's just always good to keep up with things with our fellow members. I would also like to say that China is probably within a year or so of formally becoming a rival superpower to the United States. We do not want to obviously aggress against them militarily, but economically, the SCO zone and Chinese economic power, broadly speaking, is quickly going to be rivaling that of the United States. We already have more industrial output with them, but we are very close to also surpassing them in terms of GDP.
Congratulations from Turkey.
Congratulations from Russia.
Thank you. It is a good moment to see that the West is no longer in the extreme place in terms of power over the rest of the world that they once had. And I would like to express for the CCP that China will use our superpower status to develop the SCO, Asia, and the developing world rather than the West.
It is good to hear, Mr. Zimmerman.
Is there anything
We
else,
need
or do we want to conclude this meeting?
Nothing right now.
Nothing from
I can have one. India has decided, after speaking with our partners in the West, in particular the animosity we believe still exists between China and United States, that we will give up our observer status for the SCO.
You're going to be aligning with the West then, I assume?
Yes.
Very well. Thank you for your time.
Very well.
Yeah, very well, very well. I have something in mind before we all leave. Before I
Good day.
forget to mention it. Good day. The Republic of Turkey supports the actually starving population in Libya right now. After the civil war, the agriculture of Libya collapsed, and the Republic of Turkey exports a lot of free food into Libya right now. We are donating it, and I would ask the Shanghai organization to do the same, so we can do it together to show our commitment to the African continent and that we care for the nations of Africa. So I would invite you to do the same, granting Libya with food.
Unfortunately,
in order to deal with the
Seth-
humanitarian crisis there due to the civil war, I assume.
Yes, indeed.
We would be happy to also offer our own aid if they would like.
Unfortunately, Russia does not see the current government of Libya as a legitimate government, and therefore we will not support this government in any way or
Sir
shape or form.
Putin, it's not about the government, it's about the people that are dying there right now.
Russia will not make a further comment on that.
Unfortunately, South Korea has had to dedicate all of its humanitarian efforts to the North Koreans, and we won't be able to aid the Libyans.
Well then, I'm going this way alone with China, as it seems. But
We
have
haven't
no
heard anything
problems
from
with
Japan. I would like to formally ask now, given I suppose the fact that India is beginning to realign with the West, which I find shocking given their history with nations like Britain. But is Japan also seeking to continue to cooperate heavily with the West, or kind of stand as more of a middle ground, or are you working to cooperate more with the SCO in the future?
The Japanese government is currently working more to not cooperate with the United States completely, but rather cooperate with the globe as I guess you could put it as a human project. We believe that all of humanity should be united together to sort of bring down the sorts of atrocities that happen in this world, such as hunger in Africa or the health.
I
crises,
understand, but economically speaking, there is the historical divide that has existed between the developing and the developed world, and we are asking which one you are going to favor in terms of economic cooperation.
I mean, currently the United States has not approached us much at all. Militarily, we cooperate very heavily with the United States, but economically, I believe we're cooperating more with the SCO, as we currently have heavy investments in the Busan region in South Korea. So
That is very good to hear, then. Well, if there's nothing else, I suggest we go ahead and end this meeting, as we have been here for several months.
Yes. Yes.
Is there
Thank
anything
you
else?
all.
No, but I think I found the
Republic of
bug.
Turkey has
Very well.
nothing to add.
We will all speak
I
again
think
soon.
I think I found the bug. Look at the counter-terrorists in the Middle East.
I think we should also talk to France, given how they have kind of had a bit of a split with the rest of NATO. Several months without food. Yes. Turkey got a portion of Iraq in the Iraqi war because they cooperated with the United States. They were given administration of the Iraqi region in cooperation with, I believe, President Bush at the time, I think, if I remember correctly. Alright, so India going back to the West is very surprising. Especially given how Prime Minister Vajpayee was, I wouldn't say hostile to the West, but definitely not friendly towards them. But I guess
Greetings.
they've been offered other things. Greetings, what can I do for you?
Korea would like to suggest join the the South Korean Chinese military exchanges.
How do you mean?
FRP is just a focus. I kind of want to roll.
Absolutely, of course. We are happy to cooperate further with South Korea militarily, as we are doing now with North Korea. How are the talks still going with Pyongyang in that regard?
They have been accepting as we've also upped our food shipments to them, which is why we were unable to, supply food to Libya. And I might state as Turkey seem to disagree with us quite a bit, but we fully support what you're doing there, but we just ourselves cannot put efforts into that as we're already struggling with the North Korean food issue.
I understand.
But yes, talks are going well, and also another thing I came to talk to you about was a possible trade back.
On imports, yes, we can do that. How many
Yes.
are you importing from us currently?
Let me do the math. Eight. 8 civilian factories.
Don't know if you have enough stuff for me to buy off you, but I will try.
I've got steel.
I
That's
can
all
do
have.
6, so it'll be close to a balance, but not quite.
Yes, that'll do.
Wonderful.
Just anything in return.
If there's
is
nothing else, I
worthwhile.
do have a talk I'd like to have with the French president.
Yes, alright. I wish you well in that talk.
You as well.
Good day.
All right. Given the fact that the West is trying to cooperate with regions in Asia, I think that we should try and cooperate with people in Europe. So let's go ahead and see about a talk with France. See if we're capable of mutual investment. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 13. We can do 2's worth with France. Okay. Oh, never mind. The Russians are already talking with the French, so we'll wait on that. I'd like to have a one-on-one talk, so I'll wait. Okay. Will we see a Korean unification this session? Is there a mod currently in chat? Can someone make a poll? Is there a mod?
Am I interrupting something?
You are not. What can I do for you?
Hello. This is, again, the leader of Sudan, Mohammed.
Greeting, President Mohammed. Has your country come to a deliberation on your entering into the SCO?
Yes, and it was very close. We just had a referendum, and our people have spoken that they will join the SCO.
That is wonderful to hear. We are very glad that Sudan is wishing to further cooperate with the SCO in China. As such, we would be happy to do further investments in your country right now, and then establish formally the headquarters of the SCO Africa Development Fund in Khartoum. I assume there's appropriate office space, or will it need to be built there?
There needs to be built there. There's not enough space right now, but we will get to that soon, right? Right now, you can put an office building. Here you go.
Do you have any slots there?
Yes, I put in 1 slot for office building in Khartoum,
I see.
so that can be like the building.
Wonderful.
Perfect. Perfect. Then, so have a nice day, my good sir. We will. Oh yeah, when are the meetings? by the way,
July
for,
1st of every year. We would like also you to put out a formal statement, obviously explaining that you're a member of the SCO, and that you will be the spearhead of the SCO's investment and cooperation with African countries.
Yes, of course. We will get to that right now.
Wonderful. That's very good to hear. Anything
Have a
else I
nice
can do
day.
for you?
No,
You as well.
Everything's perfect.
The reason Hamu shaved his beard is someone redeemed the world. No, it wasn't for that. What's up, gamer? How you doing? No one redeemed the shaved beard, actually, surprisingly. So. We're doing a lot of investments. We're not getting invested in a lot, though. That's the big issue. Yeah, India's getting so many investments from the West that they're stopping us from becoming a superpower right now, which is really inconvenient. Where's this at? We're gonna have to cancel some of these.
Bothering you. When will we have the rehost?
The rehost is halfway through, so it will be in 30 minutes-ish.
Can you say again?
30 minutes.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. We can cancel these if we need to. Let's go ahead and go talk to the French still busy? Kind of.
Mr. Thomas, Russia has a lot of gas.
Of course.
Russia
Of course,
has a
we-
lot
we
of
built
money.
the pipeline.
I know, Russia has a lot of money. And we could sweeten that deal a little bit more. Just tell me what you would like, Mr. Thomas.
Mm. Ah, that again would have to be considered. I would have to consult my parliament on that.
I mean, as you may know, Gazprom is very reliable, but recently the pipeline had some issues, and we do not really wanna, curb the gas supply. If you know what I mean.
I understand fully what you mean. What can France do in order to protect the interests of our pipeline? I mean, we need that fuel, especially with winter coming in.
Well, in order to safeguard the pipeline, you would agree to the aforementioned proposal.
And you would be stationing your personnel on the Russian-owned segments of the pipeline in France, right?
On the pipeline, yes, as well as in other places, if you would please. Again, I'm just saying the pipeline could break down, and we need security there. So it would be in your interest to allow that.
Well, yeah, we'll allow the security detachment of the pipeline. However, we would request and advise you not to leave not to stray from that pipeline, as that is one of the only Russian-owned pieces of equipment in our country. And if
All right, they're very busy. I'm just gonna send a message to France to ask them to send an ambassador when they're done. Requests a call with presidents when available. Cool. Hello there.
Hello.
This is a call from Chairman Zemin. Is this President Ingwen?
Yes, of course. It's Ingwen. How may I help you?
Good to speak with you. I just wish to have a talk, as we haven't formally discussed things in quite some time, and I hope that we're continuing to maintain good ties together.
Of course, I've been incredibly busy with the economy recently. It's been growing, and we also the modernization of our military and our navy. Something important to me, as that is something I promised that we would do.
That's good to hear. It is important to maintain a security force at all times.
Of course, we still hope to maintain wonderful relations, and we are still willing to agree to the Taiwan Strait deal that we agreed upon, or the previous administration agreed upon.
That's good to hear. We do hope for the furtherment of economic ties as well, and would like to see if Taiwan is interested in mutual investment at this time.
At the moment, there's no investment slots for any investment for any countries right now, so Taiwan cannot do any mutual investment. But we are a bit interested on the SCO, on how that pertains to with Russia. You know, we have a lot of sanctions and export bans on Russian companies and people, and wondering how closely is your economy tied with the Russian economy? If we could know.
We are very, very involved in it. This SCO economic organization does require a fair degree of economic cooperation, so we are heavily tied into the Russian economy. I understand that Australia was a hot topic for a lot of people, but given the fact that they refused to open themselves up to investigation, we do feel as though Russia was a little heavy-handed, but their actions were not unwarranted, and it was dealt with. We do acknowledge the international sanctions, but we don't think it is such that China should obviously stop cooperating economically with Russia.
We're just more talking about with Ukraine is where the sanctions begin to apply. But we may seek talks with Russia, as we haven't seen much aggressive action recently, and we might want to lift these sanctions. We also are wondering how your patent laws have been doing. Of course, we have not been able to export many semiconductors toward the mainland Chinese market because of these patent laws. But
I know, and that has been quite a shame in the absence of it. Although we are working to change our patent laws out of roleplay, the Chinese focus trade to go down that, it requires you to have a bunch of support of industrial conglomerates, which they just keep going down for me, and there's no way
Well,
to change
you can
that.
you can just roleplay it, like roleplay.
Oh, yeah, well, in that case, in the roleplay, we've already opened ourselves up to the West, so we would already be working with international copyright laws, so... The only reason
very
it's
well.
not formally done is because I can't do the focus.
Yes.
But
okay.
in the absence of imports from Taiwan, I will say that China has unfortunately had to develop their own supply, and SPIC is now obviously one of the fastest growing semiconductor exporters in the world as a result. We would be happy to import more from Taiwan, assuming that you are willing to do so, but if you continue to not export like you have to us, I will say that China will continue to pursue its own domestic supplies.
That is perfectly fine. I think once we are able to reach a deal with Russia regarding the semiconductors...
I would suggest then that you give a call to Mr. Putin. I know that he does not obviously want to be in the situation that he is with you, so as soon as you show a willingness to negotiate with him, I'm sure that he would be more than happy to negotiate that.
And if all embargoes are lifted, then we will happily start trading semiconductors as well.
That's good to hear.
Semiconductors
The
towards you as
CCP
well.
and myself would also love to see more cooperation of Taiwan with the SCO, as it is supposed to act as an Asian economic organization, of which, of course, the Republic of China is a member, as well as the People's Republic of China.
Taiwan now, not the Republic of China.
You are formally going by Taiwan?
Yes.
Okay. Well, the Taiwanese government then.
Yes. Well, we're not currently interested in any sort of SCO membership at the moment.
You don't have to be a member. You can simply cooperate with it as an associate status, which is an option, which requires no commitments of you, just simply economic cooperation with the SCO members.
Well, I know the SCO has an agenda regarding the Western markets, and we're heavily tied to the Western markets, so I'm not quite sure how that would work out.
As are we. I'm not sure what you mean by that. China primarily exports to Western countries and Western markets.
Well, I did not really previously think about this. I might do a bit more research on the SCO, and I'll get back to you on that one.
I think it definitely would be worthy of your party looking properly into it, for sure.
We do not want to jeopardize our relationship with the Americans, so we'll go in and ask them about it.
And China does continue to be the #1 exporter to the United States and President Obama. However, we do also find it important that America begins to recognize our economic status, as well as that of India, though I know they have taken a more extreme cooperative stance with the West, alongside obviously the rising nationalism in that country.
Of course, yes. I did hear about the recent split between India and China, or the SCO. How did that happen, if you may ask?
As far as I'm aware, the EU and Western countries offered a economic deal to India, wherein they were incentivized to not cooperate so heavily with the East anymore.
So, do you consider yourselves to be rivals with the EU?
Absolutely not. The EU is a centralized economic authority. The SCO is a decentralized economic cooperative agreement that works primarily on investment of developing regions. Oh, fucking Christ. Man, it's been a while since we've had one of those.
Yeah, I know. It's been a while.
Well, I mean, this is perfect time for a rehost, so we'll do that. But I will say that no, the SCO acts as primarily as a development group and cooperative organization. We have obviously opened up the SCO and Chinese Africa Development Fund and are heavily investing in the developing region, which of course the West simply ignores or exploits. So, as well as providing clean energy options to Eastern African countries, we are in the process of discussing the development of clean energy exports to them, as well as development of solar panels and things like that there. So, we hope to be an economic force for just simple decentralized cooperation, as opposed to centralized economic authority that the EU has.
Well, Taiwan is still very dependent on fossil fuels, as we are not willing to produce or pursue any nuclear technology as what we have agreed upon.
I understand that is your choice. The People's Republic of China has chosen to pursue nuclear power, and it has offset our dependence on fossil fuels massively, such that we have become almost entirely energy reliant and have cut down on fossil fuels massively, leading the world in that capacity.
Interesting.
But I understand that the dangers of it are such that many countries would not wish to pursue it.
Yes, we are primarily we need Ukrainian grain, Ukrainian and United States grain, as well as just coal to power our industry. We don't have much resources in the Taiwanese islands, so we're very dependent.
I understand, and given the amount of energy that China does get from their nuclear power plants, we would be willing to export you coal and oil, as we no longer need it to maintain the massive amount of energy needed to maintain the Chinese economy. So if you are in need of some emergency supplies, just remember that the United States is always China is always an option if needed.
Speaking of
sorry,
the United
sorry.
States,
I have to interrupt this. We're doing rehost, by the way, guys.
Yep.
Sorry for interrupting.
Yeah.
Right, thank you.
but yes, we currently have an oil deal with the United States, but if we do ever need any more oil, we will go to you.
Of course, just remember there will be a massive decrease in obviously transportation costs. Getting it from the U.S. I'm sure costs you a pretty penny in terms of shipping, and you would have no such issues, especially considering there would be no tariffs as we jointly administer the Taiwan Strait. So just something to consider.
Of course, we still have to wait until the deal ends, which is around 2 years from now. But once that is, we can renegotiate.
Of course, I hope you do consider that, and know that as we do view you as of a similar ancestry and a good friend and partner of the CCP in Beijing, we would be able to give you, frankly, probably unbeatable options in that regard. So just do consider that when you're looking to renegotiate a import deal.
Very well. I will talk with my advisors, and we'll come up with a deal in the future.
Very well. Anything else I can do for you?
Nope, I believe that is it.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
All right, we got to rehost. Let me just post it really quickly. This mod looks really cool. Jonas, it's a fantastic mod. Millennium Dawn is the best Hearts of Iron mod out there. It's really amazing. The depth and the focus trees and the depth of the mod is amazing. The only one that's probably even in the ballpark of it would be Equestria at War, but it's the type of setting that most people don't want to play. United Korea, yeah, it's going that way. We're a cooperative China, and we're working with both South and North Korea, and we're helping to lead peace talks with the unification of Korea as we've become very heavy-handed with North Korea beginning to open up a bit more. Yeah, you're Japan, Schlob, that's how it be. All right, rehost time. We gotta chill out and wait then a little bit. Hopefully it doesn't take too long. I really want to try and get Taiwan to cooperate heavily with us. If they cooperate heavily with the West and not us, we'll have a lot of problems in terms of like Asian security. We already have that with India beginning to work with the West, which again I still don't understand, especially since they're going nationalistic.
They're gonna follow Oric Spain 99. Thank you for that.
But we need to start securing most Asian countries into the SCO so we can have an economic bloc there, which is what we're trying to do. So Taiwan's a really big part of that. Which is why I'm frankly willing to probably give them almost free energy exports under the assumption that they're continuing to cooperate with the SCO. I think, yeah, we might even give them free energy exports if they align with the East. So that would be something I'm sure they'd be very interested in. So I also really do want to have a talk with France because I think that they are aligning less with the West than they were. So it's important that we double down on that. Yes, My Little Pony mod. It is a fantastically well-made mod, though, I will say. Not my thing, setting-wise, definitely not my thing, but I will say that it is one of the absolute best mods out there in terms of content, in terms of quality, in terms of options, just really broadly speaking. It's a very well-made mod. You can dislike it, but you have to admit it's well-made. Same with Millennium Dawn. A lot of people don't like the modern setting and the changes that are in Millennium Dawn, but I don't think there's a really good argument such that you could say that it's not just a fantastic mod. You know. Japanese transportation supremacy. You made Kanza. Damn, did you really? In single player, or are you in this game, Michael? I haven't talked to Canada. I think you were playing Canada, right? Are you still playing it? Naval superpower in Civ 6. Dude, I had so much hope for Civ 6, but overall I was pretty disappointed with it, to be honest. It had so much potential, but they just focused too much on visuals. It's really important to have an aesthetic game, but like the content of the game itself, I felt was always kind of lacking. I play it now and then. I play it with my brother now and then, but like, You are Canada and you made cans look nice. That's cool. All right. So Storo's in. I think we're waiting on. Well, we got Canada. Who are we waiting on? We've got most folks at this point. We're gonna talk about Egypt when we get back in the game. Oh, we're missing Twins. Twins isn't in the game right now. He's a GC as well. I wish there was a way of making actual naval blockade tiles with ports make a stray so you can control the stray. That would be pretty cool. Yeah, I can't either. I can't either. I don't enjoy any of the Paradox games about roleplay anymore, to be honest. It's really hard for me to enjoy them without that. Man, it's cool that we have enough high-tier role players that we can actually get 20 people in a tiered game now. That's so cool. There was a time I tried to host tiered games, and it was such that we would get like 8 people, but it's cool, man. There's a lot more good role players in the server now, which is awesome. This is just the regular Millennium Dawn mod, Jonas, with a couple other mods thrown in as well. We've got a couple other ones that are just like transfer and stuff like that we have in here as well. I've never roleplayed on HOI4. Is it any fun? It's a lot of fun. Depends on who you play with. There's a lot of like roleplay games that are just really kind of not that great. There's like a little bit of roleplay and then a lot of just like, you know, killing each other and a lot of aggression, a lot of shitty stuff. Roleplay is like one of those things that it has to be done with the right group of people. And, you know, if you do it that way, it's a lot of fun. Because it just invests you more in the game. Like when you tell a story and a narrative to a situation, it becomes more than you just making military units, making buildings, and then just fighting people. Like roleplay narratives make the game actually have more meaning. You know, that's how I view it. So it's like just another layer you're throwing on top of an already very good game, you know. So it is a lot of fun, but you got to play with the right people, man. I will say that. Korea is already unified. Is it? Oh, it is. They did unify. Yep. Korea DPR. Cool. We have a reunified Korea in this game then. He's been trying to roleplay that out for a while now, so.
We're doing UN meeting.
Cool. What's up, Wild? You a point APP game. Yeah, you have to use the North Korean focus tree, which is going to be brutal janky, but you can get out of it. You'll be able to get out of it. Just it'll take a little bit. Hell yeah.
Just waiting for a few more members and I'll start assembly.
Wild, try refreshing the stream. Sometimes that'll happen. Usually it's your browser and Twitch. So I'd advise you refresh the stream. That might fix it. Hello
There's
there.
a lot of people. We can. There you go. All right then. In that case, let's start the General Assembly meeting now. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to another General Assembly meeting. I think you all know how this goes. In case you don't, let me refresh your mind here. This is an assembly meeting. I'll do your speech. I'd like to keep it for 1 minute so you can all speak and have a good time. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, if you'd like to speak, please raise your hand and I'll call you. And I'll call you so you can speak. Alright. The United Nations acknowledges representative of Japan.
Yes, hello, my fellow delegates. Mr. Speaker, if I may I also bring the People's Republic of China to the floor?
Sorry?
If I may I also bring the People's Republic of China to the floor, as we have been cooperating on this project quite heavily.
You can.
Thank you.
Okay, you can present your project. Keep it 1
Yes.
minute, gentlemen, please.
Yes, of course. So, me and the Chinese, Mr. Zemin, have been cooperating very heavily recently on a new project, especially that we want to bring to the World Health Organization as well, to help combat the global mental health crisis that is ongoing, as many people have had severe burnout in especially developing nations and have experienced various forms of depressive disorders. And so we would like to bring to the United Nations this issue as well, as I believe it may not be a very well-known issue in the planets at the current moment. And if we may ask for further cooperation from other nations on this as well, that would be great. If Mr. Zemin has something to say about this as well.
The People's Republic of China view the global health crisis as being one of the biggest concerns of the modern era, as peace reigns for the most part. The People's Republic of China has initiated a program with the Japanese to begin widespread training of mental and physical clinicians for China, and wishes to also have the WHO declare a global health emergency to begin to focus on providing medical professionals to countries that severely lack that internationally, primarily in developing regions where access is not easy to get as the developed world.
Of course. I believe this is all we have to state. So thank you for allowing me to speak on the matter, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Alright, thank you, gentlemen. That's it, you can go back. Alright, do you want to acknowledge this representative of... Sorry. Jakey, your country? Sorry, I don't know what's your country, Jakey. Specify your country, please.
Korea.
Thank you, Korea.
Delegates, after years, decades of separation, mistrust, along with mistrust, Korea, along with families, have been reunified. But it is not all sunshine, as the Korean people have a momentous task ahead of us, as our economy is in shambles, our political tools are non-existent, and our politics are non-existent. But the Korean people have persevered and will persevere again. But the people of Korea extend our hand out extend our hand out for aid of any nation, big or small, and request the world's aid. As at this moment and for this foreseeable future, we won't be able to pay it back, but we wish to let the world know that when Korea can, Korea will. And also, we would like to ask that the UNSC has an election about humanitarian aid to particularly North Korea. That is all.
Thank you. Last one wish to raise your hands, I'll call the other country here. The UN acknowledges the representative of Bangladesh.
The last years, Bangladesh has extended their economy to a point where it contributes more to the world GDP than nations like the United Kingdom. We are now a very large power compared to most, and we'll no longer have our act of neutrality. We will fight for democracies around the world, like we did in Libya, like we are doing in West Africa.
Thank you very much.
Really briefly, is the host AFK right now?
I do not know.
Oh no, Tank, go ahead and load back into the game.
No, I was good. I didn't know if we were pulling for the
No,
meeting,
yeah, let's
that's
get
all.
back on the game. We can stay paused for the UN meeting though.
Gotcha. I just want to be sure.
Alright. Alright then. The UN acknowledges the representative of Russia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to address the heinous atrocities that are happening in Latvia. The Russian minority living there is mistreated, racially framed, and also attacked. This has been confirmed by Russian and Turkish investigations. I call on the world community and Latvia once again to ostracize those atrocities and do something about them. We have already published the relevant reports in the news channel earlier this week. I also condemn the ruthless actions of the Kanzuk Alliance units in Libya. 200 Russian soldiers have died in direct combat operations against the Kanzuk Alliance. Russia will launch a large-scale military exercise in the Pacific, in the Baltic and North Seas in response to this. Russian ground forces will also hold exercises in Belarus and Kaliningrad. We call on the world community to condemn the reckless actions of the Kanzuk Alliance in Libya. Russia is also announcing that it is sending about 60,000 Russian soldiers into France to safeguard our pipeline from any harm. Thank you.
Alright, thank you very much. The UN acknowledges the delegates of the the Republic of China.
That is Taiwan. Thank you very much. And thanks to of course, a lot of people mess it up.
You were asked to be called Republic of China when we reverted.
Well, yes, that is when we became part of the UN. That's what we were called. But anyways, back onto the point. Thanks to beautiful U.S. Taiwan and China relations, we have had peace in the Taiwan Strait, and there's been no issues whatsoever. And we'd like to thank the People's Republic of China for giving us this opportunity. We would also like to thank the U.S. for helping modernizing our military with our naval and naval aircraft. We also like to announce that we are indeed making surface-to-air missiles, which are purely for defensive purposes and do not have any sort of nuclear warheads attached to them whatsoever. If a nation does not believe us, we are willing to have UN inspectors to see if there is any nuclear technologies being developed, which there is not. And also, we would like to negotiate with Russia, as we have an export ban of semiconductors. We would like to talk to Russia about renegotiating that export ban, and we can maybe come to a deal with Russia. We'd like to know that this is in the best interest of the SCO, as several SCO members are unable to really get any semiconductors from Taiwan due to this export ban. But yes, that is it. Goodbye.
Thank you very much. The UN acknowledges the representatives of Canada.
Hello, gentlemen. First of all, I would like to commend and applaud the great successes of one of our key Kanzuk partners in the form of Bangladesh. Their great economic success has only been brought about by great and stellar cooperativity between the Kanzuk states. Furthermore, I would like to refute and defend ourselves from the baseless and disrespecting Russian claims that we are somehow provoking and aggressive in our manners. We have done nothing but work for the betterment of democracies in Western society and will continue to thrive and do so. Kanzuk Alliance will also like to announce that we have actually expanded our associative program to include the state of India in it. That is all. Thank you.
Thank you. The UN acknowledges representatives of Turkey.
India's in a fucking organization with their formal
Thank
like
you.
Britain colonial holdings. That's
Dear world
insane.
community, through my leadership, we are no longer the old Turkish Republic. We have regained our self-confidence, our culture, and our religion. We are marching stronger into the future as ever before. Our economy is growing faster than ever. Our military strength speaks for itself in all our interventions. We have secured peace and lives in Italy with our troops. We have ensured stability in Libya, and our influence is growing worldwide. We are in the process of rebuilding Iraq. We have a common history and we will have a common future. They belong to us like the Islamic crescent on our flag. Any Iraqi who exchanges his passport for a Turkish one gets tax breaks and is provided with a renovated house or agricultural land. In doing so, we are strengthening the unity of our people and making Iraq an economic bastion of our common nation. Thank you very much.
Right, thank you very much. The UN acknowledges representatives of Sudan.
Hello, people of the Assembly. I am here to talk to you about the great injustice still happening in Africa of the Halib Triangle being owned and occupied by the Egyptian regime that are fully trying to discriminate and push away Sudanese people living in that region. We call the UN Security Council to talk to Egypt and to give back our rightful claim to protect those workers living in this region. We also have intelligence report that cleansing of ethnic minority groups are happening with Egyptian immigrants being pushed to live there to wipe out the Sudanese diaspora in that region. That would be all that we want to talk about. More details will come soon.
Thank you very much. The UN acknowledges the representatives of Australia.
All mates, representatives of the United Nations. We would like to first congratulate our partner in Bangladesh for becoming a major power in the world. His economy is growing well. Australia would like to also announce that as of this year, we would like to officially consider ourselves a utopia for the democracies of the world. The average Australian citizen makes well over $100,000 a year, with the best healthcare, education, and welfare that we can provide for them. Furthermore, the Australian country wishes to defend our Kanzak alliance and condemn the Russian president, the dictator that he is. In Libya, we were there for a simple civil war that we intervened in, and we were helping our allies in the non-aligned faction against Gaddafi. During that time, Russian special forces attacked Bangladeshi troops for no reason after Russia tried to attempt to make peace, which we were inclined to agree with. However, he violated this, and furthermore, we defended ourselves. This is not the first time that Russia has violated another nation's sovereignty or even the peace that our nations had. Furthermore, Russia's claim in Latvia is just more or less their imperialistic nature of expansionism. We don't believe that there is any genocide happening in Latvia, and we would like the United Nations to investigate instead of having a Russian president who is in the dictator mindset, in the imperial mindset, making these claims. They have made claims that Australia has nuclear weapons, which we do not. We are more than happy to allow United Nations observers, with the exemption of no Russian observers, into our country to see this. And furthermore, we see it in the rest of the world, where he is now claiming Latvia is genociding his people, which is just false. We would like to have the United Nations investigate that and not have a false claim from the Russian president.
Thank you very much. The UN acknowledges the representatives of the United States.
Ladies and gentlemen, hello. This is the US President Barack Obama. I wish to proudly announce that the US will be carbon neutral by 2030. We would also wish to express that US wishes to express that the Monroe faction is not going to be like NATO. The Monroe faction is going to be a peaceful and a faction that will defend the American continent. I wish to also ask if any nation needs help with meeting their climate change, or if they wish to seek. The US is willing to export trees to the world. That is all I wish to speak for now. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. The UN acknowledges the representatives of the People's Republic of China.
Greetings. It is an honor to speak before you, as always. Over the last decade, we have seen an absolute transformation of China, both diplomatically, economically, and militarily. As China has opened itself up to the world As we have committed ourselves to cooperation with our fellow Asian countries, we have seen a rise in prosperity and the formation of the SCO. With the cooperation and integration of Asian as well as many other Asian states, we now boast the largest decentralized economic pact in the world. China wishes to express that we do not wish to follow in the machinations of the EU in creating a tyrannical, centralized economic model, but rather to provide an example of a system wherein decentralized economic principles and cooperation can result in economic prosperity. Our recently created Chinese Africa Development Fund is currently transforming the economic prosperity and the lives of regular people in African countries, primarily on the eastern coast, but we do plan to expand. This is as part of China's Belt and Road Initiative, where we do see it as our duty with our newfound economic status and power to develop regions of the world which the West has ignored. In addition, China is proud to announce that through the creation of many more nuclear power plants, we have now over 40% of our energy production coming from nuclear power, and as such are no longer dependent on foreign oil imports and are leading the way internationally in cutting down on carbon emissions. We do yet again call on the United States and hope that President Obama will stand true to his economic promises and political promises when he ran on election of working to solve the global climate crisis. We also would like to thank all of our SCO partners, especially Sudan and Russia, for continuing to develop economic prosperity through the Eastern developing world. Thank you.
Thank you. If someone wants to speak, please raise your hand or DM me. If not, continue with other things. In that case, the UN acknowledges the representatives of Germany. Ladies and gentlemen, Germany is currently in the process of building an effective military due to its current situation with NATO. Germany and the NATO members is currently forming the organization, removing the major non-NATO ally statuses of all nations and focusing as a 100% defensive organization. Ladies and gentlemen, NATO is in the process of rebranding and reforming. We are changing to a 100% defensive pact and accepting new members to the organization. And you'd like to address about the Russian problem. We have heard that Russia is doing military trainings in New Zealand. Although Germany is concerned about that, remember that the United Nations voted to do a non-aggression pact towards Australia. So we call for both sides to calm down. It's already being resolved by the United Nations. Thank you very much. Before we end, we have a proposal from the People's Republic of China. I will be sending it to the news channel, and gentlemen, you will have one. You're supposed to use it to see. I will post it on the news channel, and while we have the time of reading, I will invite the UN World Knowledge representatives of the People's Republic of China and Japan.
I'll wait until my Japanese counterpart is up here, as this is a co-sponsored bill.
Of course. Remember, keep it short, 1 minute, as our members.
Assuming that President Mori is not AFK here.
Assuming he is.
It appears that he is AFK, so I will go ahead and speak for the both of us. Japan approached the Chinese government, the CCP, regarding his belief that the mental and physical health crisis internationally is one of the biggest pressing concerns of the modern world. The CCP feels similarly, given the mental health crisis we are experiencing as a developing economy in many of the factories throughout our country, and we wish to cooperate together to deal with this. We are proposing the WHO formally declaring a global health crisis in order to bring light to this issue and to begin to actually make progress on it, as well as the development of an international university, so that many nations that don't have access to the modern universities that the West does are able to get proper training for medical professionals to bring back proper healthcare professionals to their own countries, as well as the development of a UN fund to explicitly build healthcare infrastructure, again, primarily in developing regions, as the West does have many of those already established. This is, as we see it, both a moral and economic issue, as we all know that there is a very strong correlation tie between health problems and economic stagnation.
Thank you very much. We will be going for the voting process now. Prepare the panel here. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, the voting process works as the following. I will call each nation by nation, over here in the audience, and you
What's up,
will
Custard?
say
How you
yes,
doing?
no, or abstain. Or you abstain. Starting with Egypt, your vote for the Chinese proposal.
I agree.
Say yes. Korea.
Korea votes in favor of the resolution.
Thank you. Oops, right. Saudi Arabia.
In favor.
Thank you. Spain.
Abstain.
Thank you. Australia.
We vote yay.
Thank you.
Yes, they do, IMC. Yes, they do. For example, the Suez does give Egypt income.
So we'll go with the United States.
Panama does as well, I think.
United States, your vote.
The United States of America votes in favor. We fully support this.
Thank you. Currently, the Japanese representatives are not available, so we will go with France.
We abstain.
Very much. India.
We vote in favor.
Thank you. Taiwan.
We abstain.
Canada.
We vote in favor.
Thank you. Ukraine.
Bro.
I'm sorry. What is your? Could you repeat your vote again?
Bro. We agree.
Thank you. Turkey.
The Republic of Turkey agrees.
Thank you. That's right. Russia.
Federation votes no.
Greece. Greece, your vote. The Greece delegates are not present. Sudan.
Russia voted no.
We
That's
agree.
interesting. Very interesting.
Bangladesh.
We support this proposal.
Thank you. And the People's Republic of China.
We, of course, vote in favor.
Thank you. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, let me just count everything up here.
That's a very good question, Jarl. That's a very good question.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, the vote is here. With an astonishing 12 yeses, 2 abstentions, and 1 no, the resolution is passed. Ladies and gentlemen, I think I have another proposal here from Australia. I will put it over here on the news channel. You all have 1 minute to read. And this is proposed by Australia. Y'all have 1 minute to read.
As soon as we get those two done, we'll be able to start going down our other part of the focus tree, which is really nice. I do need to write something to the MD dev team. I don't know if they'll listen to me, but locking strategic industries behind mills is just so silly, man. I still do not understand that. What's up, Quaza? Political retaliation for what, Quaza? You mean to China, or to Japan, or to who? To India? Oh, Christ. Okay. Sounds good. You know they didn't propose the bill. It was me in Japan. You know that, right, Quaza?
Alright, we will commence the vote now.
Making sure you understand
Use
that.
the panel here, and we'll call nation by nation. Alright then. Before I start, my apologies, I have ignored this. I will let the representatives of Australia present their resolution to
United Nations will form a climate change committee to change policy to fight climate change. You and Big Five members of the committee.
Representatives of the United Nations, I bring forth to you a proposal to fight climate change. This committee will be mostly for passing legislation and policy to fight against climate change, as well as to provide a united front in research and development on ways to battle climate change. I know that the nation of France, which we commend, has been trying to fight against climate change, and the United Nations also agrees. Sorry, not the United Nations. The nation of Australia agrees that climate change is a problem, and we believe that it needs to be brought to a United Nations level instead of being just independent nations cooperating to fight against it. I hope that you all will pass this bill, and with such, will allow for a united front globally to fight climate change. That's all.
Thank you very much. Alright, with the votes, we'll be starting immediately. Alright, Egypt, your vote for the Australian proposal.
Yes, we agree.
Thank you. Korea.
Korea votes against.
Thank you. Saudi Arabia.
Saudi Arabia votes against.
We're gonna go to Vince. This already exists. I don't know what they're
Spain.
trying to propose here, but it seems like a play from the West, so we're gonna disagree.
Spain votes against.
Yep, we're gonna vote against this. This already exists. It's the UNFCCC.
Australia.
We're gonna vote in favor.
Is the United Kingdom representatives present? Nope, they're not. Okay, the United States.
United States votes for.
Thank you. Alright, assuming the Japanese delegates are not here, so I'll go with France.
We vote in favor.
Thank you. India.
India abstains.
Thank you. Taiwan.
Taiwan votes no.
Canada. Canada, are you present?
We vote in favor.
Alright, thank you. Ukraine.
Pro. For.
Thank you. Turkey.
The Republic of Turkey votes in favor.
Thank you. Russia.
Confederation votes no.
Thank you. Greece is not present. Sudan.
We vote no.
They get all this arable land for farming, that's for sure.
Bangladesh.
The People's Republic of Bangladesh votes against.
And the People's Republic of China.
We vote against.
Right. And last, Germany. Germany votes
I gotta
for.
get pissed, I'll be right back.
Alright, gentlemen. Just count the votes here. Alright, gentlemen, with 8 yes, 1 abstention, and 8 no's, resolution is will not pass. Unfortunately. Alright, we will go with the resolution of Turkey, which I believe will be the last one for this meeting. You just get the resolution here, gentlemen. Second. Alright, gentlemen, I'll post the resolution over in the tier in the news. You know, to separate these two things to avoid confusion. Okay, that is the Turkish Act. Turkish resolution. You have 1 minute to read. If Turkey wishes to present their proposal, they could come up and speak. Representatives.
Thank you. After the Libyan civil war, Libya's agriculture collapsed and thousands of people starved to death, as I said in my documents that you received. It is time to act and to save the people that are dying right now. We need to act together as a world community to prevent children and mothers from dying. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, let's put this resolution to vote. In that case, let's call the nations. Egypt, your vote for the Turkish resolution.
We'll vote for that.
We disagree. No.
No. Thank you very much. Korea.
Korea abstains.
Saudi Arabia.
Abstain.
Thank you. Spain.
We vote yes.
Thank you. Australia.
Australia votes yes.
Thank you. Again, assuming that the English representatives are not here. United States.
United States abstains.
Thank you. Alright, Japanese representatives are not here. France.
We vote in favor.
Thank you. India.
We vote in favor.
Thank you very much. Taiwan.
Taiwan abstains.
Thank you. Canada.
We vote in favor.
Thank you. Ukraine.
We abstain. We abstain.
Thank you. Turkey.
And of course, we vote in favor.
Thank you. My apologies. Russia.
As Russia does not recognize this government, we vote against.
Greece. Are they present?
We vote for this.
Thank you. Sudan.
We vote in favor.
Bangladesh.
We vote in favor of this proposal.
And the People's Republic of China.
We will abstain.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, let me just do the calculations here. Due to the big amount of abstentions here.
Interesting, Earl. Man, this is a long one. I do like that we're doing a more detailed UN
Alright, ladies and
nowadays,
gentlemen,
but
reaching
cool, it
a
goes on for a
two-thirds
while.
vote, the resolution is passed. And it's approved. With no resolutions left, I will be calling the UNSC to make their deliberations in their meeting down on the Security Council channel. And that will be the end of the General Assembly meeting, gentlemen. Thank you very much. And I'll see you in the game.
Hello, I want to say that the Republic of Turkey is a rotating member this year.
Oh, welcome, Mr. Ergon.
Ah, thank you, my friend Putin.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello. As Russia, I mean, who wants to chair this meeting? First off.
People's Republic of China would be happy to chair it.
Russia has no objections to this?
Is there any major proposals that we would like to start off with, or any statements that would like to be made by one of the permanent members of the Security Council at this meeting?
Russia has one.
The chair recognizes the Republic of Russia.
Thank you. Russia would like to denounce and condemn the actions done by the Kanzuk Alliance in Libya. They have recklessly and deliberately attacked Russian forces. 200 soldiers have perished in those skirmishes, and we would like to see that the UNSC condemns the actions of the Kanzuk Alliance.
Is it not the case that Russia and the Kanzuk Alliance are both fighting on opposite sides of the Libyan civil war?
Yes.
It seems to me that by both choosing to be there, you automatically made yourself capable of being attacked by opposing forces. And
Russia, I know, Russia has been reaching out before this to the Kanzuk Alliance and to establish a line to specifically avoid fighting in those regions. However, the Australian, Bangladesh, and other Canadian forces have deliberately attacked Russian forces and ignored the de-escalation.
Do you have proof that explicitly targeted your forces? Do you have proof of that?
Yes. Yes.
Would you like to go ahead and share that with the Security Council, then?
Yes. I don't have screenshots or anything from the game.
Ah, well, that's what you would need. I mean, for
Okay,
that situation like that.
I should do that. I should get in the habit to do that.
Yeah, same.
Well, I mean, maybe Turkey did see that. Turkey was also fighting, and Turkey and Russia had an agreement. And
Yeah, we had an
fighting never
agreement
happened.
that we don't fire at each other.
There was
And
an
I can
agreement made
say-
prior to the war that Kanzuk would not attack your forces and you would not attack theirs.
No, it was just between me and Russia.
Yeah.
Did you ever enter any talks with Kanzuk at all during that civil war?
Russia did, yeah. Russia approached the Kanzuk Alliance to ask to establish a hotline. The Kanzuk Alliance did not, well, they were not cooperative at all.
They would not communicate properly with.
Yes.
Okay.
Exactly.
That seems like outright hostility from China, frankly.
Yeah.
That's
Yes,
very
the US
worrying.
agrees. That is worrying.
We also are very concerned with the growing nationalism within the Kanzuk Alliance, including India, which we had hoped would be taking a much more modern outlook on the world, but after cutting off ties with the SCO and choosing to pursue nationalism alongside Canada, China is very concerned by that situation. That combined with the actions now in Libya is very worrying.
Yeah.
Yes, the US has noticed also in Canada that the Canadians themselves are going down nationalism. This also has worried America a bit.
We're fully in agreement.
So what I will vote here is to put sanctions for that specific action that happened in Libya upon Canada, Bangladesh, and Australia.
Why not the
You mean-
United Kingdom?
You mean the whole Kanzuk Alliance, right?
Yeah, the whole Kanzuk Alliance, yeah.
Okay, very well. We'll go ahead and do voting then. Unless there's any questions, anything anyone wants to say first?
No.
Very well. We'll start with
can
France.
We'll abstain.
United States.
We vote in favor.
Turkey.
Turkey votes in favor.
Russia.
Russia was in favor.
China votes in favor.
May I ask?
You may not interrupt a Security Council meeting while it's in session. With that vote, we will formally.
Y'all get this. I'm representing the United Kingdom.
Go ahead and do that really quickly. So in that case, we will formally, obviously in a situation like this, the United States would veto it though. I mean, sorry, the UK would veto it. I don't know why he's not here. So it would be formally vetoed, but we would release a report that would say that every single member votes in favor besides the United Kingdom. So it would get vetoed, obviously. UK is currently eating apparently, so he can't be here for it. But obviously he would veto it, so you know that will not be passed.
Yeah.
Right.
Are there any other proposals?
Yeah, Russia has another one.
Very well.
This is about the Latvian situation that I have briefly spoken about in my UN speech. There are reports of Latvian nationalists discriminating and even beating of Russian minorities. This has been confirmed by Russian and Turkish reports and investigations. This has been posted earlier this week in the news channel. There's also evidence for that. And Latvia has been not cooperative. As you can see, they have a lot of nationalism support right now. And as you know, they're not really friendly to Russians. So what we are proposing here is that Latvia is forced to stop those atrocities against Russian minorities. Otherwise, Russia has the allowance to safeguard those Russian minorities themselves.
China, although we are chairing the meeting, would like to say formally that the idea that Russia is getting involved in a country that is not their own to protect minorities is setting a bad and dangerous precedent. And we would also say that we're going to veto anything that would be involved with that, because that will set up tensions with Europe that China does not wish to see right now.
Perhaps France can propose a counter option.
What is
maybe Russia would, and the UNSC would
they're
allow
sorry.
French observers.
One at a time, one at a time. One moment. You do not get to interrupt the Security Council meeting. What was France saying?
Perhaps.
This is out of roleplay. Michael's trying to represent the UK here.
I'm aware of what's happening. I've talked with him. That's not going to happen. I will roleplay out that the UK vetoes anything that it normally would, so it's fine.
All right.
Yep. Go ahead, France.
We would have a counter proposal that Russia and the UNSC would allow French observers within Latvia in order to determine if there are actual crimes against Russian minorities, and then we can go from there.
Russia is in favor of this. Russia will support this.
Very well. So the proposal on the table is a UN-sanctioned observer mission to Latvia to ensure that there is not anything being done to persecuted minorities there. We'll go ahead and do a roll call vote unless someone wants to say something.
America would also like to send observers as well.
China doesn't see any reason for the US to send observers when France and the UN are already doing so. Do you have an explicit reason why you would need to do it yourself?
As a respectful UNSC member.
You will already be represented for the UN delegation that will be there. Why explicitly do US forces need observers need to be there?
No, not observers. I meant from the US embassy. It's my mistake.
If you want to launch an independent investigation, you can do so by negotiating with the Latvian government, but
yes,
I don't. China doesn't feel like the US has any reason to explicitly be involved in this. Outside the UN, obviously, observers.
Russia would not. Russia does not really like to see US observers.
Let's keep this proposal very simple then, which is just France and the United Nations.
Right.
All right, roll call vote. France.
We believe that are in favor.
United States.
In favor.
Turkey.
In favor.
Russia.
In favor.
China's in favor. Barring a obviously veto by the UK, which I don't think they would do here, we'll go ahead and allow that to happen. So we'll send French and then UN observers to Latvia. Are there any other Security Council proposals here?
Yeah. Also, can I propose something as well as a rotating member? Or ask for something?
Yes.
Turkey has a long-standing goal, which we would like to represent you. Turkey has become a power committed to peace and stability in the world. We engaged in conflicts to end conflicts. We investigated together with Russia and Latvia and cooperated extremely with the Russian government there. And the Republic of Turkey would like to ask if the United Nations Security Council would accept Turkey as another UNSC member.
China means no offense here, but we would be vetoing that, as we don't feel that the UN Security Council needs any more members, period.
That's not nice to hear.
Although we
This
have a
is a
lot of
bit
respect for the
disappointing.
Turkish government, frankly, I will be quite honest, we find this proposal to be very strange. And I mean, there are many nations, I think, that would have a claim to join the UN Security Council. Many very powerful economies throughout the world. But despite that, China, again, does not feel as though any further members of the Security Council are warranted at this time.
That's very disappointing to hear. Can I at least hear the other opinions? Since the UK, out of RP, they would support this.
The US thinks that it should, or would be maybe another power like India or someone else.
China would reject the idea of India, given their extreme flirtation with far-right nationalism in their country, which is being perceived as a real danger to Eastern security.
Yes.
We are
so
also, frankly, very surprised that the United States would be advocating for a far-right nationalist country to be joining the UN Security Council. We would like to ask Mr. Obama what his opinion on that is.
We do not have at the moment the Indians are not far right, but we have but upon looking at it, notice your issues, and you are right. There is a rising far right wing within India that is worrying.
Mr. Obama, as you well know, India's ruling coalition, the BJP party, is working heavily with the Bharatiya Janata Party, which is a very extreme nationalist organization that pursues far-right, borderline fascist policies. Is this an organization that the Obama administration views as a friend to the United States of America?
No. Now that you
Then China would
said
like to
that
ask again why it is that you were suggested India would be a permanent member of the Security Council.
It was a suggestion. I could have suggested something like Brazil joining. It was just a suggestion of one of those rising powers joining the UN, the United Nations Security Council.
I have to say, America has really strange proposals lately.
Regardless, we can move on. Again, China wished to have that clarified, as that is a real security threat to China currently, and we're just surprised to hear that from the Obama administration, considering all the campaign promises that you made, but regardless. Are there any other proposals here today?
No.
I do not believe so.
No.
Very well, we'll end the Security Council meeting. If you would like to put out a statement on what happened, you're welcome to if you propose something. But beyond that, wonderful.
Thank you.
One last thing. Germany does wish to also apparently apply for UN Security Council status, which of course China will be vetoing any new proposals for UN Security Council members at this time.
Russia
This
would
is
also veto this.
Good to actually hear, since Turkey would felt a bit offended if you would accept another nation.
Yeah, we don't do any. I mean, China has a very good working relationship with both Turkey and Germany. However, we do not feel at this time that the UN Security Council is of need of more members, and if they do, we would have to have a proper discussion on which countries would be added. So,
yes.
With that, we'll go ahead and end this meeting. Thank you all.
Thank you.
What's up, Carl? It's been a great time following the growth and development of this channel community. It's been great to play games together, to be part of the community. I'm truly grateful for the time I've spent, but for now I have to say I do. That's fair, Carl. You're really busy with school, I assume? Thanks for the sub, man. And it's always been good role-playing with you and stuff. We are finally down with this, by the way. Focus on strategic industries. Having made significant improvements to the Chinese economy, it is now time to focus on supporting some of China's strategic industries. We're going to start with an automotive industry. China's automotive industry has come a long way from its Soviet origins in the 1950s. Despite these substantial improvements, our domestic industry has a long way to go before it can compete with the likes of Germany, Japan, South Korea, and the United States. Investing time and money into our domestic industry is therefore a worthwhile endeavor. I'll write a post out about this, but we are obviously developing a lot of domestic corporations. We've gotten into, obviously, semiconductor exports. We're now going to get into automobile production and exports, not just for foreign companies, too, domestic exports as well. America feels pretty weak right now. I wouldn't say they're weak.
Greetings.
Hello there, what can I do for you?
As I'm sure you've seen, Korea has recently just unified, and we're on the midst, and almost in a national food crisis in the north, and we're requesting as many nations as we can for aid in this crisis.
China would be happy to provide exports of grain and other food products to Korea, as we have a very large surplus as normal. So we would be able to assist in this if you do need it.
Greatly, sort.
Wonderful.
Thank
We in exchange for this, we are looking for more investment into China. So in exchange for food imports, does Korea have the ability to also invest back into China for this?
Out of our P, I'm losing 4 billion a day.
Fair.
I don't think I'll have the ability to invest for a long time.
All understandable. Well, yes, we would be happy to provide grain exports to you if you would like.
Alright, this is gratefully accepted.
Wonderful.
Alright, good day.
Good day. Schwab's still AFK? Yes, he is. No, he's talking with Spain. I'll wait till he's done, then I want to have a talk with him.
May I ask you a game logic question?
I would prefer you take that to the GC.
Okay.
Thank you. We need to secure more mutual investments. Maybe let's talk with the Russians. Oh, there he is. I think Schlob's AFK, I can't tell. Yeah, he is. Alrighty, we'll have to wait then. We'll go domestic development next. We'll do improve R&D. Then we're gonna go work on our electronics industry. We want to get to quality engineering as well. There's a couple really important ones we got to get over here. And then I am going to roleplay the rise of Hu Jintao in a little bit. We are going to make Hu Jintao our successor, so he will come to power probably in probably a year or so. I think what I'll do is I'll go down to, we're going to go down to improve R&D, and then with that sort of like the change to a more scientific industrial China, Jiang Zemin is going to retire and Hu Jintao will take power. Alright, we're gonna write out a roleplay post about Jiang Zemin choosing a successor. Okay, let's write out a post for this. Oh, Japan's back. Look at the US's debt. Yeah, 2.6 trillion. That's about right.
We're really starting to catch up on American GDP as well, which is fantastic. Okay. Alright, Japan is AFK for 30 minutes. Where is tiered RP channel? Jiang Zemin has been the chairman and leader of China and the CCP for around 2 decades now. Under his leadership, the country opened itself up to the world, joined the WTO, and hybridized traditional Marxist ideology to a brand of capitalism with socialistic characteristics. The economic results are without question, though there is an ongoing debate within the party's leadership as to the future of CCP in China. How do you start a new line in Discord? How do you mean a new line? How do you mean? Oh yeah, shift and enter. Yes. Jiang Zemin has made it clear behind closed doors that he is tired, old, and ready to retire, which will create a power vacuum at the top of the party. An up and coming political figure, Xi Jinping, has gained a lot of traction with the hardliners as his anti-corruption drive and calls to return to a more conservative Marxist ideology are popular with the old guard. Hu Jintao. Spell his name right? Jintao. Yeah, I did. Hu Jintao is the other leading candidate and is seen as the favorite by Zemin, as they see eye to eye on the future of China, with it likely Jintao will expand upon the liberalization of China, assuming it can maintain a core power or clique within the ruling CCP. All eyes in China are on the internal struggles of the various factions as the way for a new leader is quickly being paved. Don't follow Hood Soldier. God damn it. Alright, so basically in the roleplay,
Xi Jinping is very popular. It's 2009. He's kind of been an up and coming as part of obviously the Chinese Youth League. And then Hu Jintao has been a part of the Shanghai clique and is the spiritual successor to Jiang Zemin. So there's a bit of a power struggle going on right now, which we're just going to kind of not touch for a minute. Domestic development. The renowned Qing general Zhu Zongtang once said that he who takes the help of others will be controlled by others, and he who relies upon himself will have the situation under his own control. We should follow the general's advice and seek an indigenous pathway to the development of our automotive industry. It's good. What's up, Fury? How's it going? Do Hyundai? No. We're doing domestic production of vehicles. We're not gonna do foreign firms. Good. Alright, I want to see if I can secure some more mutual investment with Russia or someone. Nope, still busy. Large company bankrupt. We're going to go ahead and subsidize the country. This actually allows us to get a little bit of industrial conglomerate support. Those pop-ups need to happen more, because as China, a lot of our focus tree is locked behind the opinion of certain groups liking us and our government. But if we don't get them, we literally can't go down parts of our focus tree. And those events happen so rarely, it is really difficult to be able to do those, which doesn't make a lot of sense, to be honest.
Thank you.
A bit rude of the Germans to interrupt. But yes, back on topic. So the we do wish to release the semiconductor ban, and if
alright, they're getting busy. I sent a letter to the French asking to talk, which they completely ignored, so it seems that the French are really hostile to us, which I'm not sure why that's happening. I mean, they are socialists, so in theory they should want to cooperate with us, but they completely ignored a request to talk, which is interesting. We're doing really well with all the AI countries, but a lot of players are Western this game. I have a really bad headache. I'm gonna grab some ibuprofen. I'll be right back.
Ah, hello. Mr. Zeman. This is Vladimir Putin.
Hey, Hamu. Hamu, you there?
Did Putin come?
Hey, Hamu. You there?
Yeah, I'm about to go talk to Russia. What's up?
Oh, hey, real quickly. I got a question about, like, when it comes to puppeting as a Democrat.
Go talk to the GC.
Okay, I just want to ask you for your opinions.
Yeah, go talk to Twins, man.
Of course.
Okay, perfect. Then I'll let you adjourn to your meeting with the CCP.
Thank you. Good day, Mr. Zimmerman. Hello, Mr.
Hello
Zimmerman.
there, Mr. Putin. It's been difficult with all the recent goings on to have a talk, so I'd like to be able to have a little bit of a discussion here with you.
Of course. It must been very busy the last few days.
We are looking to expand our economic ties with fellow SCO members and are looking to do a mutual investment pact with another country, and we wish to prioritize Russia for this if you are open to such a proposal.
Russia, of course, would be open for this proposal, but I have to tell you something first. Taiwan has approached me and is willing to lift the semiconductor ban on Russia. However, I responded with that I wanted to speak to you first. They made it very clear that they are also importing a lot to you, and that it will also harm your market if they will.
We do not have that opinion anymore. Our good relationship with Taiwan is more important to us than having a monopoly on Asian semiconductor exports. We have expanded to markets in Europe and elsewhere, and no longer see this as a huge issue. So we have no problem with this. However, I would say if Taiwan chooses to refocus more on the West, that we perhaps take those away. But I think it's really important that we try and get Taiwan to align closer with the SCO and the East, broadly speaking. So we would fully support it.
Oh, that is good to hear. That is really good to hear. Yeah, Russia would be open to your initial proposal, of course.
How much are you able to spend? China has quite a lot of free capital right now and are looking for, frankly, a very large mutual investment scheme here.
Very large, you say. I could spend 1 billion. Trillion, I mean.
1 trillion?
Yeah.
We'd be open to that.
Alright. I hope I have enough slots left to do this, actually.
I'll have to probably cancel some of mine, but that's totally fine.
Yeah. What do you prefer? Civilians, office sectors?
Office sectors if you can.
Okay. Any specific place where?
Southern region.
Southern region. Alright.
Let me go ahead and cancel some things here really quickly. So I can have enough
5.
for this.
Then there's 5. There's 5. And I need to look here. Then there. I think it's like the largest amount I've ever spent in this mod.
This is going to be a pretty historical investment deal, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Would you prefer civs or office complexes?
Office at this time. The Russian economy is going really good forward, and we want to see this growth with more service-based economy right now. Right. Yeah, I think I'm completely decked out now.
I think there's one more I gotta do for you. Let me look. I'm maxed out at this time. I'll add more as I can.
Okay. Yeah, same here.
I think
can't
that was
do
around
anymore.
800 billion, something like that. So
Yeah, it was a lot. I think it was, yeah, 800.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah. So that was a lot. So I'll do the last two as soon as I get the slots opened up.
All right.
Wonderful. We are glad to see that Russia is committed to mutual development, and such a bold investment proposal will do a lot to develop our economies.
Of course. I will release a press statement about this as well, seeing as how historical this trade deal just was.
I will as well.
I think this is worth mentioning to the world.
Fully agreed. Is there anything else I can do for you? That was the main thing that we wanted to discuss while here.
Not at this time, Mr. Zemin.
Very well, thank you.
Thank you. Have a great stay, and I fly back.
I'll make a breaking news for this.
Yes, same.
Office complexes in Siberia? Hell yeah.
Sorry, just out of a P. It was in English. It's like 1 trillion. Of billion is like
1 trillion. Yes, it'd be 1 trillion.
Okay, then. Okay, thank you.
Cool. Alright, that was a lot of investments, so that is exactly what we wanted. What's up, Tall? How you doing? Tiny tax havens where I am. See, there's a lot of places that do that. Go ahead and reduce corruption too. In a minute. We're about to be a superpower. We're literally like a couple factories away from being a superpower. We're at 15%. We need to be at 15.1%. We're also less than a year away from advanced AI, which is really good. And then we're 4 years away from a really advanced fighter jet ahead of time, which is good. We're working, obviously, expanded R&D. And once we're finished with this, we are going to put Hu Jintao into power, and Jian Zemin is going to formally retire after being in power for 20 years. Let me find a new music channel as well. This is a good one, but I've been playing it for a while. Fiji is now an SCO member. Yeah. So close. Nationalism is starting to lose a little bit more influence in India, which is good. They were getting very close to having a nationalistic government, which would be very unacceptable to China. We'd have to take a very hardline stance against them, which really is not in our interest at present. We're at a bit of a deficit, but that's fine.
21 trillion. If we lower our corruption, we'll get an increase to our income such that we should be able to just offset our budget deficit purely by corruption reductions, which would be happening right now because Xi Jinping is not going to take power, but he's a really powerful up-and-coming political figure, and he's doing huge anti-corruption campaigns on the coastal regions right now, so we would have that going on. I'm going to go ahead and write a little post about that too while we're waiting. Anti-corruption spearhead led by up-and-comer coming party figure Xi Jinping. In a series of very dramatic and aggressive tactics, Xi Jinping, a senior party official, is overseeing a huge program to cut down the corruption that has permeated the coastal regions under the socialism with Chinese characteristics, I think it's called, programs that have led to the huge industrial base and wealth of the coastal megacities. In a statement to the press, he made his intentions clear. Man, I can't talk while I'm talking. It's ridiculous. Oh, let's not look down there. This campaign is long overdue. We want to make it clear to all of the people of China that nobody is above the law, even if they are a senior party member. I have cooperated heavily with the chairman and have the full support of the CCP. For those with nothing to hide, fear not. But those that abuse their power for gain, know that we are coming for you. This is likely also a political move by Xi to get the support of Chairman Zemin, or as there is a succession crisis on the horizon. Party officials remain adamant that Hu Jintao is still the likely heir. Oh, I bet it's absolutely ridiculous. Vatican gets so wealthy.
Oh, we actually got more support from industrial conglomerates. Wonderful. How much? Yeah. Oh my god. Yeah, that's hilarious. But GDP per capita, I mean, that underlines, I think, like, why GDP per capita is such a, not a useless statistic, but a really lopsided one. It doesn't really speak much to the individual's quality of life or wealth. It just speaks to, like, the average, right? Which doesn't really give you a good picture as to really the individual quality of life or wealth of a citizen of a country, you know? Just saying. All right, we've got the R&D. We're going to go ahead and do Hu Jintao's agenda. The rise of the Communist Youth League, or the Tunpai faction, has allowed Hu Jintao to assume leadership of the People's Republic of China. His vision for the country is that of a less growth-oriented, more in tune with the left behind of China's rapid development than Xing's. So he will focus a little bit more on the historical party positions and the socialist characteristics, but in this roleplay, I'm going to roleplay him more as the heir to Jiang Zemin, so he will represent more of Zemin's thought rather than what he did in real life. He wasn't really, like, against Jiang Zemin's, like, policies when he took power, but there was so much opposition to him from the conservatives in the CCP when he took power that he made a lot of concessions and ended up pursuing a policy agenda that I think a lot of people really didn't expect him to. So we'll roleplay him a little bit differently in this timeline. Actually, a lot differently, probably.
Mr. Chairman Zemin.
Greetings.
Greetings, this is Angela Merkel from Germany. A long time no see.
Mrs. Merkel, a pleasure to speak with you.
Yes, I came here to, just look at our Volkswagen factories. I hear that, Volkswagen has acquired Lamborghini, I believe.
Sorry, I did struggle to understand you there. Could you say that one more time?
I believe that I've heard that Volkswagen has acquired Lamborghini. Volkswagen Group has acquired the Lamborghini franchise. I don't know when, but it was recently brought up to my table here, and I do believe that we've seen Lamborghinis around China very soon, Mr. Chairman.
Very well. Well, we are developing our own domestic car production, but it will be more utilitarian rather than luxury. So, of course, we're happy to utilize Volkswagen luxury vehicles here.
And since the failure of the United Nations voting bill on the climate change, we do believe, and since our coalition, we don't have a coalition, but our second biggest party in Germany is the Greens, and we do believe that the environment of Germany is important, not only the Germany of the world. The Volkswagen Group is researching a possible way to make affordable electric cars around the world, and we believe that China has not only the industrial means, but also the scientists and the money ready to help us in this research.
We would be willing to join the research new clean energy electric technologies with you.
Yeah,
I will say though that China will be pursuing its own domestic line of electric vehicles, so I hope that does not come as any sort of an issue.
No, it actually better so because more competition. As I'm more of as my party also relies on mostly capitalism. So I believe that a friendly competition between China and Germany wouldn't hurt anybody.
Fully agreed. Competition definitely breeds excellence, and given our close economic ties and the amount of goods that flow through your ports from China, I think that overall we are less the competitors and more partners that perhaps have different options for the rest of the world.
Most definitely, Mr. Chairman. Okay, so we'll go back to the meeting with the Volkswagen Group. It was the president of the Volkswagen Group. We'll see when does the research start and where should we host it. And I will be coming back probably not shortly, but in a few months to talk about this new and exciting.
Very well. I would like to ask, has Germany considered further economic ties with the SCO, broadly speaking?
We have been thinking of becoming an observing member of it, since, as you know, the EU is most likely doing really well since Ukraine's entrance. Have been doing really well.
Of course.
But as I said, it's not a bad. We are thinking of actually joining the SCO as well, but that will rely on our parliament. But I do believe that becoming an observer member for now would be a really good idea.
China would
and maybe,
definitely support that and recommend you consider pursuing that, as we do see Germany as one of our closest partners and think further ties with the SCO agreement, which of course is primarily a Chinese as well as Russian organization, would be very beneficial.
Yes, most definitely. But I will talk to my cabinet members. And we will see. One of my cabinet members has said it could be a potential dialogue partner, but as I said, it would not be a good idea because we will probably not have anything to do with SEO, and we would like to actively engage in the SEO.
Very well.
So we will be seeing but dialogue partners who are not become a dialogue partner with SEO. But I'll have another talk to my cabinet, talk with the parliament, and see if a potential even membership application to the SEO. But as I said, that's still really a short possibility.
Of course. Do keep us updated on it, and you have the full support of the People's Republic of China.
We'll keep in touch.
On a personal note, Mrs. Merkel, this is probably our last talk as head of states. I have been in power now for 20 years, and I am preparing to step down. I know you know my successor, Hu Jintao. He's been a member of my clique for some time, and you two have talked before. So next time you talk with the People's Republic of China, you'll be talking with him. You are always welcome to call upon me. Although I'm retiring, I will always keep myself open for guidance and advice to Jintao, as well as any other leader that I have established a relationship with. It's been an honor working with you, Mrs. Merkel.
It's been an honor working with you, Zeman. As you know, we do have amazing homes and palaces and mansions here in Germany. And you know, one of the
I
royal
will be
families
pursuing a very humble retirement, but I do thank you for such a proposal.
I was going to give an opportunity, since one of our royal families has left the country and gone to Paris, we have a palace at your disposal, and Germany would gladly give it to you for your amazing contribution towards
I will
Germany.
have to decline, as it would be, I'm sure, not seen as very good for a former leader of the CCP to be given such a thing.
It's no problem. It's your decision. If you'd like to visit us, visit the palace, visit not the palace, the government building where I work. You're gladly visited too, and maybe one day or another you'll be receiving an award, a medal.
Of course.
For your cooperation with the German people, and of course.
I think the two of us have done a lot to secure a really long-lasting economic relationship between Germany and China, and I know I can go into retirement happy with that, as well as my other accomplishments. So.
Yes, most definitely, Mr. Zeman.
I would also like to say that we are now formally a superpower as well. Under my rule, we have formally become a superpower. So it is a historical day for China.
Congrats, congrats on that. It's amazing, to be honest. China's a superpower and being one of our biggest allies, economic allies.
And you.
Wow. Yeah. We will be returning to Berlin, and maybe we'll be talking to Hu Jintao, which I hope we'll be talking to you and our potential joining our
All
SEO,
things come to an end, Mr. Merkel. It's been an honor. We will speak again soon, but I will be a retired man, so farewell.
Congrats on your retirement, Mr. Chairman, and I hope to see you in Germany as a citizen.
Of course.
Thank you.
This will end in 1 hour. While there's 1 hour left of this game, and then we will be all done for the day and continue next Saturday. Yeah, we just became a superpower. So Jiang Zemin has overseen China's rise to full-blown superpower status before handing the reins off to Hu Jintao, who I'm going to basically roleplay as a pro-industrial technocrat rather than what he was in real life, which is more of a... Man, that's a tough one to call. We'll say a weak socialist who kind of got under the influence of the conservatives. $616 factories plus 205 means we are at 821 factories currently as China in 2009, which is pretty good. Pretty good. We're gonna continue our anti-corruption campaign too. I want to get this all the way down to 0. What's up, Hoffman? What can you find the cow and no limbs?
You know, we did miss the SEO meeting. Do we still want to do it?
I think we could take a year off. There wasn't anything really major for it.
Alright. And also, here in RP, Korea would like to suggest an investment deal with China.
You are welcome to invest in us, but at this time we have all of our slots currently full with the historical 1 trillion for 1 trillion investment we did with Russia currently.
Yeah.
If you wish to invest in China, we would be happy to pay that back to you when we get the appropriate slots for it.
Unfortunately, this would not be us investing to you. This would be an investment in an attempt to recover our economy.
We could provide an influx of capital, but like I said, you will have to wait until we are finished with that.
Yes. As long as it comes, it does not matter when. That's my mentality.
Very well.
Good day.
Good day. Can I request a 6-second video? I'm not gonna watch it right now. I might watch it at the end of the stream, Denise. We need 714 to lower it again. Wow. Yeah, superpower. It makes it harder, doesn't it? Alright, we got 45 days left, so I'm going to go ahead and write up a post for the end. Taiwan seeks to align itself with the West. With the DPP's position and the government secured, Taiwan is seeking closer alignment with the United States and NATO. Taiwan has expressed interest in closer ties with NATO due to rising tensions all across the world. With Taiwan's position as safe, the Taiwanese people never forget the fear that they have always lived under the aggressive years of the PRC. Pro-Western protests have gone out of control, Westerners getting injured due to cramming and ill-preparedness of protesting leaders. The BPP has also had concessions to conservative parties with Taiwan on certain economic policies in exchange for legislative one voting in favor of increased Western alignment. Taiwan has also been developing SAM missiles, which have proven to be highly effective in destroying incoming nuclear missiles. We need to call Taiwan. This is a problem. Greetings.
Greetings.
This is Hu Jintao. I am in the last days of office, but I wanted to call you briefly. I've heard disturbing reports that Taiwan is seeking to ostracize itself from China and align with the United States. I must say, as I am about to retire, I find this to be really disappointing. I've done so much to try and secure good relations between Taiwan and the People's Republic of China. It was one of my major focuses in the last 10 years of my rule here in China. And as I'm going into retirement, I must say this is just really sad to hear.
Well, before I speak, I do wish you a lovely retirement, but we don't seek to abandon our relationships we have, and we are willing to continue this beautiful relationship we have. Russia actually never came back to us on its on our deal we had regarding.
We did make it very clear to them that we wanted them to reopen up semiconductor imports with you. To make that clear, they did approach us about that.
Well, the Taiwanese media had a field day with that. We got the only message we really received from that is that they were not interested. And as of course they have heavy cooperation with you, but again, we don't want to abandon our relationship we have together, but we want to further cooperate.
I would like us to not use. I mean, this is a private call. I would hope you're not being monitored. I want to have a very frank talk with you because I'm about to retire, and Hu Jintao, he is my man. He is my successor, and I'm going to be explaining to him how I kind of want policy to be run when I retire. And I'd frankly really like to hear it from you whether or not there is a future of cooperation between us and you, because if not, frankly, I'm not trying to threaten here. I just want to be really frank with you. China will need to pursue other allies in Asia. And we would really hope to, as a show of solidarity and China coming into the modern world, to have a really good relationship with South Korea. But I'll be honest, the signals that I'm getting from you express that you're not interested in that. Unless I'm misunderstanding, or maybe things are being miscommunicated here.
Well, of course, we are democracy. We have to go with what the people want. Secondly, we have seen rising support for Western alignment in the Taiwanese people, and therefore our government will have to kind of portray that Western alignment if you want to stay in power. Of course, there is plenty of opportunity for continued agreement, as of course we will still agree on the South China Sea and Taiwan Strait, we will have no interest in pulling out of that, as well as we will not produce any sort of nuclear energy, which will is a good reliever for you. And we believe that our relationship can still prosper, though. Unfortunately, Taiwan will be having to start moving towards Western markets, at least, as well as the Taiwan is heavily in debt in the United States for the modernization of its military, as there's a lot of American advisors in Taiwan helping with the SAM.
Why is it
missile
that you feel the
production.
need to develop these SAM systems and all this military industrialization? I mean, you have peaceful relationships with my government. I really am just struggling to
It's not
understand
you
the
at all.
policy.
It is,
I'm struggling to
it is
understand
the-
the policy of your government right now.
It is not you at all. It is mainly Russia. Actually, we were very concerned how they violated international agreements in Australia, and we are just want to do precautionary measures.
Like the
Of course,
ones that
they
the United States violated in its invasion of Iraq?
Yes, and we talked to them, and we told them we did not support with them, and we withdrew lots of investments that we actually had in them. We withdrew a lot of those investments in protest of the Iraqi invasion. But
This is the United States that also advocated for the inclusion of India into the United States Security Council when they were actively flirting with fascism?
well, I've not been made aware of that, but
It was one of the proposals brought up in the Security Council, which China found very disturbing. As we continue to liberalize, I found it shocking.
You can consider India a fascist regime?
Are you aware of the coalition government that currently exists in that country?
But is that a fascist regime, or is it more of a nationalist regime? I believe there's a bit
The
of a difference
BJP
there.
party is nationalist. The other one, which I always forget the name of, they got the picture of like the bow and arrow. They are considered fascist, and that is the primary supporter of the current BJP party. So to suggest that their administration is not advocating for policies by their coalition fellow members, which is the, I keep forgetting the name of them, but they are fascists. I mean,
We
could,
have little to no relations with India, and we don't seek to expand our relations with
my
India.
point is not to talk about India. I'm talking about your desire to cooperate with the West and the United States when they have shown so many dangerous actions. I mean, again, I'm just struggling to try and understand why it is that you are working with America and not us, considering America's action in Iraq and Ukraine, advocating for India onto the Security
But
Council.
Can't we say the same with Russia, though?
You're not talking about Russia. You're talking with China right now.
I know, but I'm saying we would.
You keep
be
talking
very interested.
like Russia and China are the same group here, are the same person.
Well,
We have
particularly the
really
SCO.
expanded economic ties as fellow SCO members, but that's a decentralized economic organization. And we have been the force in the world that has talked down Russia many times, and we act as a counterbalance of Russia in the SCO to make them not take more extreme policy decisions.
Well, mainly this course of action was done to continue support from the Taiwanese people, but we will continue to have a good relationship. Investments, if you want, we can talk investments right now. Actually, we are willing to do that if you want any
Of course.
Taiwanese investments.
We would be open to it. Do you have any slots that we can invest into?
I don't think we have any at the moment, though we can invest in you to further prove that we don't have any hostile relations.
That would
or
be a really good step, and I'm sure would do a lot to make the CCP continue to want to have good relations to you. I'm going to be very frank with you. I'm about to retire. I have been the biggest advocate in the CCP for a good relationship with Taiwan. I mean, I opened the door for it, but let me make it clear. Again, this isn't a threat. I'm just trying to be honest with you. A lot of the conservative hardliners do not want the open policies we have towards you. And although Hu Jintao will more or less do what I say, there's going to be a lot of pressure during this power vacuum when I step down to try and change policy. And I know hardliners like Xi Jinping, who I really don't care for, and his hardliner group, they are looking to make more, frankly, hostile relationship towards Taiwan and to take back our recognition of a two-China state. My point here is, by taking a more not cooperative stance towards China, you are causing a lot of internal problems in my government. You understand this, right? That could lead to some very bad foreign policy changes. I mean, you know how the CCP operates. Me and my clique and Hu Jintao, they can be pushed out of power, and if they do, that's a very different China that neither of us want to see.
Well, is Hu Jintao, what is his Taiwan policy? I understand Xi Jinping doesn't
His
have the
policy
most...
is my policy.
Well, when Hu Jintao comes to power, I think we can
He's being sworn in several hours, actually. The focus just went through, so.
Then maybe we should end these talks, then I should go talk to Hu Jintao, as he's the new leader.
I suppose so. I just wanted to be honest with you before I step down and make you understand this situation.
Well, we have no bad intentions whatsoever, and maybe some investments will be able to convince you of that. We just seek to closer align ourselves with the Western markets.
Absolutely. All right, I'm gonna go hang up the phone, and then you're gonna get another call from Hu Jintao.
I'll see you later. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Hello there.
Hello. This is Mrs. Sing Wen.
Sing Wen, it's good. It's good to talk with you. When we spoke before, I was a lower party official. I don't know if you remember. It was around a decade past. You weren't in power at the time, I believe, but it was good to be speaking with you.
It's been a while since then.
It has. It has.
Yes. As the previous leader of China kind of told you about our previous conversation that we had, or have you not been briefed about that?
I have been briefed. Jiang Zemin will always be a man I go to for advice, and it was him who established the Shanghai clique and the modern China that we know today. He is going to be honored as one of the greatest thought leaders in Chinese history, and I will always go to him for advice.
Of course. So, as we could tell you, we have no ill intentions with China. We just invested some into China to further prove that we have no ill intentions. We just want to closer align ourselves with the Western markets, as there's still.
I understand, but I'm going to be really frank with you. You've created a bit of a crisis within the CCP. I'm not sure if you're aware of that. We've tried to keep it very under wraps. I did manage to win out in party power. Hu Jintao kind of strong-armed the CCP system to get me into power here. But Xi Jinping and the conservative hardliners are a very powerful faction with the CCP and have started to basically use your movement towards the West after we reconciled with you as a reason to take a much more traditional hardliner, strongman, aggressive Chinese doctrine. Obviously, they don't have a lot of power in our government right now, but you've put things into a very dangerous situation here.
Well, to trade with China means to trade with the SCO, and the Taiwanese people don't have the most particular.
The SCO, you do understand how the SCO works. It is a decentralized economic program. It's not something like the EU. You do understand that, right?
Yes, but the Taiwanese people do not want to associate with the SCO whatsoever.
I'm not asking you to associate with the SCO. I'm asking you to associate with the People's Republic of China.
But to do so, we would have to somewhat have trade relations, or somewhat be with the SCO regarding like trading and such. As we give you money, you could put that into Russia, for example, or put that into other nations that we don't particularly support. Again,
we live in a globalized world. To suggest that your money going to another country goes to another is something that happens regardless of who you trade with.
Yeah, but we'd like to minimize that if possible.
I understand that, but you are setting a very dangerous situation here.
Well, we don't want to put a bad precedent. Of course, we can't really go back on our policy. It'll make our party look weak. It'll look like we made the wrong decision. So I unfortunately can't go back on the policy. But I would like to assure you that it means no ill intentions with China. And if we can get talks with Russia going, as Russia didn't go back to us anything about that, if we can get talks with Russia going, then I bet that would help the opinion on.
We would
Russia
like to formally request that you enter into talks with Russia then.
Very well. I'll go to Russia, but
I would like to ask though, if I need to understand how to move forward here. If we can get into an amicable relationship with you and Russia, are we able to get you to stop relying so much on the West? Because if not, we're going to have to start pursuing other options.
To what extent do you not want us to rely on the West?
We want you to, at the very least, be a neutral party in terms of the East versus West economic spheres that have developed recently.
But what about the like if, for instance, the Taiwanese people? You've seen the protests; they're massive on pro-U.S. support. That just means that our party
you can still
will
economically
lose power.
cooperate heavily with the United States. I'm not asking you not to do that. I'm just asking you not to.
Do you want a 50-50? Is that what you want?
Something along those lines. Very close, yes.
I will consult with my economic minister, and I'll go back to you regarding if a 50-50 deal with China and the United States or the West would be possible.
Again, we never expected Taiwan to become a very, very, very close partner of China, but we hoped at least by pursuing the two-party policy that you would become at least a neutral party in Asia. especially considering waning U.S. influence here.
That is true. We are a bit worried the U.S. is on decline, politically speaking, but their economy is still massive, and we have a lot to gain from it.
Their economy
have to
is very
understand that a bit.
massive, but you are aware that they are only 2 trillion more in their GDP than the People's Republic of China currently, correct?
I mean, of course, and which is why we don't want to completely abandon the People's Republic of China, but
I understand, but you are aware, I mean, I'm going to make this clear, China is about to supersede the United States as a global hegemon, correct?
Yes, but the United States, we mean the West as well. So the United States, Canada, Germany, United
The United
Kingdom,
States does
etc.
not have the relationship it used to with Kanzuk or the EU. They in many ways have kind of isolated themselves from the world diplomatically due to the war in Iraq. Obama is helping to solve that divide, but to suggest that they had the ties that they did a decade ago with the West is simply incorrect.
We have good relations with Germany, who is the leader of NATO and the EU.
Of course.
We have good relations. with them,
You are
and,
aware that China and Germany are the 2 biggest trading partners in the world in terms of cooperation, correct? We upgraded the Hamburg and Bremen ports and export most of our goods through Germany into the EU. They are our probably closest economic partner, even over Russia.
And I don't understand why you are so surprised that we want to expand our economic cooperation with them.
I have no issue of you expanding economic cooperation with the West. I have an issue of you explicitly going into the media and suggesting that you are working with the West over China. That creates an issue for me politically.
Well, that is not me. That is the Taiwanese news agencies that make that. They exaggerate things. a
Yes,
bit
but
to
we
get
both know
more
you have
clicks.
the capacity to downplay this a little bit and clarify governmentally your stance on this to make this not become a political issue.
So, what would you like me to announce? That it's not to
I think a good
Flip
start would
flopping.
be you discussing your issues with Russia, to try and get on the same page. If you have, perhaps the
course,
announcement
that is
of a mutual investment scheme with China and Russia, and the opening up perhaps semiconductor exports into Russia would be a good start. If they could agree to those terms, of course.
We can't do mutually investments because we are out of space, but we.
I know,
can
but
invest
in the role
Russia
play
or
we would
China.
do it. You just don't
Yes,
shots.
yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Then I'll go talk to Russia, and I'll go back to you on the
Wonderful.
results of that conversation.
We do hope that we can overcome this, as I do not wish to see the falling apart of relations between Taiwan and China right after I've taken power. It is one of Zeman's most proudest legacies, and I do wish to uphold that for the elder of modern China.
Of course. I will speak to Russia when he is free.
Thank you.
All right, goodbye.
Ooh, long talk. Long talk, long talk, long talk. Good talk, though. All right, Japan's open too. Let's go talk with him. Greetings. President Mori, are you here?
Yes, I am.
Hello, it is a pleasure to meet you. I am Chairman Hu Jintao. I've taken over after Sun Zemin's retirement.
Ah, well, congratulations to your rise to power, my friend.
Thank you, thank you. I do hope to usher in a new age for China, as we've had the industrial power to supersede America economically and have become a rival economic superpower on the global stage. I'm, of course, an engineer myself. I understand the importance of technological advancement, and under my tenure as chairman of China, I do hope to usher in a technological golden age for our people, which is why my second phone call after taking power, of course, is to Tokyo, one of the world's leading technological powers.
Oh, yes. Well, it is an honor to speak with you, and especially to be your second phone call from your administration after taking power.
I want to say that I have great respect for the former chairman. However, I do feel like he underappreciated the potential economic and technological cooperation that could come from Beijing and Tokyo working closer together. I hope you share my sentiment, President Mori.
Yes, it was rather the agreements we made. While they were great, some of them were rather maybe how can I put it, disappointing. Japan has had massive technological advancements in medical technologies, especially most recently.
Absolutely. As has China, though, we are still quite a lot behind you. I have, frankly, a very radical proposal I'd like to make to you.
Yes.
I'd like to start by asking, what is your current perspective on the SCO, and have you considered membership?
Japanese government actually has indeed considered joining the SCO as a potential observer state or even a member state, although...
We would like to then make a very, again, rather extreme offer here, which we would, I think would really, a centerpiece of my new technological reforms I'd like to make for China. If Japan would agree to formally join the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, we would propose making a joint space force between the Korean, Japanese, and Chinese programs, which would be combining of the CNSA, JAXA, as well as the Korean space program, as well as the creating of a technological cooperation zone wherein we share all scientific research with each other. This would be exclusive to these 3 countries, not the SCO as a whole, I'd like to clarify. But you would be joining the SCO as a part of a wider economic framework as well.
This is a very enticing.
You would be able to receive the full power of an up-and-coming superpower economically to back all space, obviously, research and policies and missions. We know that JAXA, of course, leads the way in many ways in space research and space missions. However, given the massive capacity of China to be able to provide economic funding as well as all the researchers at our disposal, would, I believe, frankly, make us surpass even NASA within the decade.
Yes. Well, I'll tell you what, Mr. Hu Jintao. I will bring it up to my parliament onto a vote to join the Shanghai Cooperation Organization.
Wonderful. That's all I would ask. And even if you don't agree to these terms, we still would like to have a lot of technological cooperation. We just think that this proposal would be a good beginning to my own tenure as chairman and really set the stage for a technological Asia, the likes that we haven't seen since, frankly, hundreds of years ago.
Yes. I must admit, your proposal here is rather enticing for us as well. Japanese technological businesses have not gotten many buyers recently. Most people tend to buy, it seems, from the United States, which is rather shocking, but...
Of course. And China would like to provide themselves as another option. We have a very large market with the growing middle class we have on the coastal regions, and would be able to import many Japanese technologies as a part of the shared trade zone that would exist within your SCO membership.
Yes. Well, Mr. Jintao, yes, I will definitely bring this proposed deal up to my...
Thank you. We would also like to ask if Japan would consider any investments into China as well. If you would like to wait before that vote, you are welcome to do so, though.
Yes, we'll hold the vote first. It will take about maybe 2 months.
Very well.
If the parliament is fast about it.
Please contact my government as soon as you had made a decision on it. Thank you, Mr. President Mori. I look forward to speaking with you.
Thank you, too.
All right, let's see how that goes. All right, so Hu Jintao's in power now. We're going to be role-playing him as a technological, basically, innovator. He's going to embrace fully probably going clean energies. We're going to focus on technological development, space agency, automobile exports, as well as converting from less of a basic industrial exports to more of a technological based economy, which obviously is coinciding with the massive building program for office complexes, as well as the SCO framework that we built. So we're trying to basically very, very quickly modernize China for economic cooperation. We also did just complete economic superpower. So we are now a rival superpower to the United States. We're in a really good position here. We're in a really good position here. Not gonna lie. Hey, Robbie, can I request a raid for the industry-able political power? You absolutely can, Wild. Go ahead, if you'd like. We'll wait a little bit, because I'm waiting to hear back from Taiwan and from Japan. Who are we raiding? Williams 121. Sounds good. Never heard of him, but sounds good.
Hello, Mark. Prime Minister of Australia.
Can you turn your mic up a bit?
The Prime Minister of Australia, John Howard.
Mr. Howard, greetings. I am the new chairman of People's Republic of China, Hu Jintao. What can I do for you?
Well, first, I wanted to make our acquaintances known, as you did just recently win your election. I would like to possibly invest in China. Whatever you need. We got more money than what we can actually do with for some reason. We've run out of projects for our own nation, so we're wondering if we can expand out. And,
China is looking to very quickly modernize. Are you able to build office complexes?
Of course.
In that case, if you'd like to invest in China, we would be very appreciative of that, as we are trying to transition from a basic industrial export country into more of a modern one along the likes of the United States. So that is very kind of you, and we are glad to see that Australia wishes to partner, continue to partner with China.
I just sent you 3 offers.
Wonderful.
15 office sectors.
We gladly accept.
Of course, mate. And furthermore, I would like to discuss one more thing. It has come to our attention that the Russians are lying about the Australian people, and I would like to possibly ensure China that these are just lies and rumors and nothing of the sort.
Frankly, we want to stay entirely out of that situation. I think a lot of people think that the SCO is similar to the EU or something along those lines, as being a very political organization, but the SCO is an economic developmental and security organization, so we try to keep our foreign policy, especially military policy, completely independent of that of Russia. So we do
I understand that, Mike.
entirely neutral from that whole situation, which we frankly...
It's just a little concerning that Russia's doing military exercises in New Zealand only because they're an SCO member.
Yeah, New Zealand is a very good economic partner of the Shanghai Cooperation Organization. We do find those exercises to, off the record, frankly, be disappointing to see Russia continuing to take a hardline stance against Australia, which we do view as being a partner, even if you are very Western oriented.
Mike, we're only in it for our own people. We're trying to make the country as best as it can be for our people. Papua New Guinea and Solomon Islands have actually been in discussions with us now because their people are actually loving what our people have. We're actually in discussions about possibly bringing it to them as well. And we're just trying to do what's best for the people. However, when we try to do nuclear energy, we get accused of trying to make nuclear weapons. And
I understand the desire for nuclear energy. Over 50% of China's industrial facilities run off of nuclear power at this point, so we completely understand your desire for that. Sorry?
Wow, I wish I knew this. I didn't know you left the coal. I didn't know you guys left your...
We've been slowly detransitioning away from fossil fuels as we promised at the Paris Climate Accords. One of the few nations to actually do that.
Of course, Mike. We were trying to get involved in that, but we were sadly really busy with other stuff.
Of course, there's been a lot going on recently.
Of course. I appreciate China's stance on going against climate change. It's terrible because if it gets any hotter, I don't think us Australians can survive, Mike. It's getting brutal down here.
It's an existential issue, and frankly, we're very concerned by America's broken promises in their unwillingness to properly take action and reduce the massive climate output that is being given by their corporations there. It's really concerning to the PRC.
Freaking Australia knows it very well. The United States has broken many promises to us in this past decade alone.
We do hope that China and Australia can work together. It's really a shame that you have this relationship with Russia, as we'd love to frankly see you as a closer line to the SCO than the West, which frankly I don't think really benefits Australia much. I do find it so strange Mr. Putin has taken a hardline stance against Australia, and I do hope that that situation can be de-escalated in the future and that we can open up more towards Australia.
I hope you understand the reason why we're so keen on being with our with the Queen and the United Kingdom. It's because they were the only ones that came to our aid when Russia was violating international law.
I understand, but you also understand that Kenzuk is flirting dangerously with the far right, do you not?
Yeah, in Canada it's getting a little scary.
It is.
We've been wondering what's going on up there. However, the United Nations, we mainly are standing with the United Kingdom. The United Kingdom's who we wish to stand with.
They do continue to maintain a pretty level-headed foreign policy, which we're glad to see. Though Canada is very concerning too.
The British are classy. That's why, Mike. Way more classy than us.
Indeed.
Anyways, Mike, I appreciate this discussion, and I'm glad that you were letting us invest in your country.
Of course, and thank you for your investments. We look forward to continued talks and cooperation.
All right, Mike. See you later.
Australia is open to cooperation. I really want to try and align like most of Asia to the SCO. That's like one of our major goals here. You're gonna make me shave that beard one day. I did shave it of my own accord like around 3 weeks ago, so yeah. The SCO will not be a military pact, no. I want to basically run it as a decentralized security pact and an economic agreement.
Has Millennium Dawn a climate change mechanic? It does not, Steph.
There's a guy I know who's actually in the process of making a submod for that Z. He's a really cool dude, and he's working on adding basically a mod that adds climate change mechanisms to Millennium Dawn, COVID mechanisms to Millennium Dawn, and then a UN sanction system for Millennium Dawn. So we'll see if that works out. But the base mod does not. There is a submod being developed for that though. We will not be running it. Z, I've offered Z all the help he wants, but Z's doing that on his own. So, I've offered Z any help I can give him though. So, but he's just working away at it, man. He showed me like what he's been working on. He's really far.
You gotta follow Tiago Best. 23.
All right, we are so close to going past the America's GDP. We're at 24 trillion. What are they at? Oh, we're so close.
We might surpass them by the end of today. They gotta follow Tuger123, RW23438. Thank you for that.
We might surpass America's economy today. Yeah, ads do suck. I don't run any ads, by the way, on my channel. So all those ads you're getting are Twitch ads. We'll work on writing a statement for Hu Jintao in a minute. You carried my economy so much you can count my GDP. You mean through investments and stuff?
Hemu, both sad and hilarious thing happened to me this week. What happened, Denise?
Yeah, no, yeah, we'll run the mod. When he gets that mod done, we'll run that sub mod with our regular mod, or with the regular mod is what we'll do for our mod pack.
What's up, Escape?
What has happened this game? Peaceful ride of China as an economic superpower under the SCO framework, the Shanghai Cooperation Organization. It's been mostly a very peaceful game. It's been just basically an economic war between the East and the West. And we're about to surpass America, GDP-wise, so China's about to become the economic superpower. We're so close.
I think we're about to get all those investments, too. They're almost done. Yep. We did just get all those.
So close.
I was at the famous tour place. A guy asked for 20 lira for water when I asked why he thought I was a tourist.
Denise, do you look like an American tourist? Are you obese and wearing sandals? North Korea, roleplay-wise, this isn't how it should look. It's a united North and South Korea that was supposed to be united under South Korea, but the game bugged out. So this may look like North Korea, but it's really just a joint government administered by North and South Korea in the roleplay. So, yep. It is a long story, though. I would say no, but yes. Checks out. I'm really just trying to wait to see if we're going to get contacted here by the Japanese.
Or Taiwan.
Greetings, Mr. Putin.
Greetings.
I'd like to formally introduce myself. I'm Hu Jintao. We have spoken in the past, but I have taken over after the retirement of Jiang Zemin after his 20-year historical tenure as leader of the People's Republic of China.
Oh, congratulations. I think I remember you.
We have met a few times, but I was always a semi-minor party official, but I do look forward to cooperating with you. You are a man I respect quite a lot.
Thank you, Mr. Hu Jintao. I also respect you. I respect your country, and I respect the SCO.
Wonderful.
Well,
I'm here to talk about several things. First off, that would be primarily the first point is Taiwan. Taiwan has created a bit of a political crisis for me within the CCP. Xi Jinping and the conservative hardline Marxists are looking to try and drive a wedge between party leadership to be able to get some measure of control back, especially in influencing my decision-making. Taiwan's recent realignment towards the West economically has created a bit of a lightning rod for the conservative members of my party to really rally behind. A lot of that stems from your unwillingness to negotiate properly with the Taiwanese government for semiconductors and generally cooperate with them. So I would, as a personal favor, ask you to reconsider and open talks with them.
The problem with Taiwan is they have some points which I'm not open to disclose to the PRC yet. That are, how should I say, that are roadblocks in our negotiations. And therefore, I think this can't be done really.
That's very disappointing to hear. Especially
know it
everything
is.
China has done to assist Russia's development after the 99 economic crisis in Asia that affected Russia, but I suppose I understand.
Well, Mr. Hu Jintao, it is. I'm still committed to the SCO, but Russia also has self-interests, and
I understand that, but this is less an issue of the SCO and more an issue of China itself. If this political crisis continues within the CCP, you may be dealing with a very different China, one that's not so friendly. The conservative hardliners, they take the Sino split very seriously, whereas my faction does not. So I want to make that very clear to you so you understand the circumstance.
Is this a real threat?
If you want to choose me coming to you to discuss a dangerous faction within the CCP that no one else in the world knows about, and trying to make you understand why it's important we cooperate as a threat, you can do so. I wouldn't see it that way personally.
I mean, that faction, I know the hardliner faction in China. They are in your country, I know.
Most people don't understand how much power they have gotten recently, to be frank with you. I'm not trying to say this is a crisis, but I may say, frankly, I have to start making concessions towards the hardliners if this doesn't change soon. To keep party unity, which was Siemens, one of his greatest points that he wanted when he retired.
In that case, Mr. Hu Jintao, I'm gonna try to negotiate with the Taiwanese government one more time.
This needs a lot to do to myself and the Shanghai clique within the CCP. This really is a last-ditch effort for us to try and push out the rising tide of the conservatives within our party. If these negotiations fail, Mr. Putin, I can't promise you will be dealing with my faction for much longer.
This would be a threat to us.
It would. We wouldn't be in power. I'd have no ability to stop it. Siemens' legacy would be completely in tatters. It would be a tragedy for the future of China, especially considering the military and economic power that we now possess. I would not want to see that in the hands of someone like Mr. Jinping.
Oh, no. Russia also doesn't want to see that.
Good, then I'm glad you understand the situation. I am coming to you to try and see if we can overcome this. So it really kind of just revolves around what comes out of your talks with Taiwan.
I understand. I will try my best that we reach an agreement there with Taiwan.
That's good to hear. Thank you for your time, Mr. Putin. I hope that the talks go well.
Thank you.
Alright, we're gonna make a Diplo post for this. Hardline, Chinese, conservative, CCP faction, calls for action. Xi Jinping and the conservative. And to follow Steffi. Conservative hardliners in the CCP are making what was once an internal conflict behind the closed doors of CCP decision-making and open discussion, as speeches are now openly being given by hardliners of the Chinese Youth League faction. The recent retirement of Jiang Zemin has given what was for a while a minor faction the opportunity to sow division and creates problems
within the leadership of China. A major issue they rally around is Taiwan's choosing to align with the West economically after the very controversial actions of the former chairman in his two-China policy. The argument being given, such a cultural sacrifice has borne no fruit, as they remain at best neutral and at worst hostile. Chairman Jintao has responded to these speeches by stating that party unity is of pinnacle concern. Many within China suspect that if this faction grows its support further, Jintao may be forced to start making concessions.
So this is basically a play by Xi Jinping to take power with conservative hardliners. In the roleplay, if Taiwan and Russia kind of fail to like work together, and if Taiwan continues to be kind of semi-hostile to us, I'm gonna probably let Xi Jinping take power. If that doesn't happen, we'll stay with the Zeman style government. So less railroading this way.
Mr. Jintao.
One moment, let me just find a picture really quick. Greetings, this is Chairman Jintao. What can I do for you, President Mori?
Well, I bear good fruits from my parliamentary vote, Mr. Jintao.
That is wonderful to hear.
Full unanimity. Japanese parliament voted to join the Shanghai Cooperation Organization.
That is fantastic to hear. This is a historical day for the rebuilding of Chinese-Japanese cooperation. I'm so glad to hear that.
Yes, indeed. We are very glad to continue our cooperation with the People's Republic of China. I know our histories may be rough, but I believe now we can set everything aside us and look only towards the betterment, not only of our two nations, but of humanity as a whole.
Wonderful, wonderful. I am fully agreed with you. In that case, I look forward to developing the mutual program. I'm about to bolster the CNSA as we expand our focus on space policy here in Beijing, as our push towards technological China is really underway fully here. Perhaps a call to Pyongyang and Seoul to get the Korean delegation here to discuss the creation of a mutual research council and space agency.
Yes, I would not be opposed to calling Pyongyang and Seoul.
Greetings, Jakey. Who's the leader of? It's Jae-in. Okay, Moon Jae-in. Hello there.
Greetings.
I just wanted to invite you to this three-way call very briefly, as I did make a very radical proposal to the Japanese recently, which I'd like to formally make you aware, and I do apologize for the secrecy. You must understand that there's a lot of internal problems currently in Beijing that I'm dealing with on the side, but we won't let this affect these negotiations. Japan has agreed to join the SCO. As a part of this agreement, they will be merging JAXA with the CNSA to create a mutual space organization. We would also like to formally invite the Korea as well to join us, as I know you have expressed interest in mutual cooperation on space policy, space launch, space missions, and things of that sort. Is that something that Korea would be interested in? Hello? I see you're talking, but I don't hear anything, by the way.
How about now?
Yeah, there we go.
Alright. Yes, Korea would gladly agree to this, and also out of RP I have no more space stuff because I got annexed.
Oh, you lost it all?
Yeah, I have none of the research.
We could, what we could do is, after this game's over, ask for a save edit wherein North Korea is converted to South Korea and owns all the territory. We can just do that if you'd like.
Yeah.
Cool.
I mean, I can release South Korea. They just get everything and then just
yeah, exactly. Just do it that way.
Yeah.
So first off, we need to decide upon a name for this organization for perhaps, what would we like to call our space agency?
Well, considering we are perhaps all East Asian, we could include this in it, as I know most of our space agencies include our national
Perhaps,
names,
since
so
we are
perhaps
also
they-
proposing a joint technology council, we could simply put a technological administration in charge of basic research in addition to military research and obviously space endeavors. So perhaps the Asian Technology Council, the ATC?
I could suggest BTS, Beijing, Tokyo, Seoul.
Chairman Jintao is not even going to acknowledge that comment.
Fair enough.
Do we have another name being proposed, or what do we think?
Nothing other than something along the lines of CKJ, you know, China, Korea, Japan. Other than that, no.
This is a group that I think China would like to open the door to other countries potentially joining it in the future as well. So I think creating an acronym based around more of the Asia, perhaps, or the Pacific or something would be better than simply our names.
Yeah.
Well, perhaps we could just name ourselves the Pacific Technological Group.
Perhaps the Pacific Technological Council, the PTC?
Yes, that may work.
Pacific
That
Technology
works for us,
Council it
too.
is. Wonderful. This is a historical day. In that case, China will be opening up all of its designs for our long march, obviously booster rockets, as well as our other recently developed technologies for space industrialization and space exploration. And we hope that likewise we will be receiving the technologies that have been gained through the research in JAXA.
Yes, of course.
Wonderful. Would out of roleplay, who would like to write up the statement about this?
If only you could do it, because I've got to go DM Big Twins like a
Shalom, are you up for it?
I can do it because I also have to announce that I joined the SEO as well.
Cool, sounds good. Yep, if you want to write up the foundation of the council, that'd be perfect.
Yep.
This is a historical day, and I look forward to continued cooperation. Through scientific progress together, we will make Asia a beacon for the world in terms of technological advancement.
Perhaps even as Japan has been aiming to become for quite some time the golden standard of the world.
Indeed. There's much that China can still learn from the technologies and the manner of research, as well as the university quality that exists in Japan. We are looking to replicate your level of university education here in China, though it's a very slow process, as it takes time to develop good standards of education like we see in the West in places like Japan. Of course, Seoul as well. Seoul.
Yes. We definitely understand, and perhaps now with our newfound cooperation we can assist China in creating higher level universities.
Wonderful. I also am very proud to announce that for the first time in recent history, the United States is no longer the economic power of the world. China has just surpassed America in terms of GDP. Obviously not GDP per capita, but our total industrial capacity is now the greatest in the world.
Well,
So
congratulations,
strong.
Mr. Jintao.
So Japan's making an article about that, and you're making an article about your ego.
No, I'm just talking about it.
Yeah, I know.
Jakey, man, come on.
Yeah,
Sorry.
out of RP as well.
The amount of mutual investment
SEO in
India's
game,
been
but-
doing with the West is kind of insane. They're up to 500 factories now. Wow.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ. I've been stuck at 141 for 2 years.
I bet it's deficit spending. Yep. They're doing
You guys
trillions
are
of
in
deficit
triple
spending
digits.
investments.
Yeah,
You
I
guys
only-
are in triple digits.
Yeah, I don't have any building slots left. But anyways, just before I go and write up that article, I can't actually like in-game join SEO, so it's just gonna be a roleplay thing. But
Yeah, no, that's fine.
Yeah.
It can totally be
Yeah, I'm
roleplay.
the same as that. So
Wonderful. Well, with this, I think that we are happy to end this meeting, and we look forward to cooperation from here on out.
yes, I look forward to further cooperation with you as well, Mr. Jintao.
Wonderful.
Good day.
yes,
Good
as
day.
do I. Good day.
Mr. Chairman, you available?
I am. Greetings,
Yes,
Mrs. Merkel.
Yes. Well, thank you, Hu Jintao, for receiving me. I heard really great things about you. I think we've met before already.
I've heard good
But
things
now-
from
yes.
the former chairman as well. What can I do for you?
Yes.
Oh
Also,
boy.
before we talk about important stuff, the chairman is being will possibly get a fall over by respect by the German. Oh boy. Excuse me, the chairman. Oh boy.
This is what I warned about. I wish I
boy.
told you. Yeah, the negotiations with Russia did not go too well. He informed us that if Russia was not able to invade a foreign country, which it claims to be oppressing its people, then the deal is not negotiable. And of course,
We
he
were
walked out of
not
the
made
room.
aware of this invasion of Latvia, and frankly, Russia not consulting us makes us want to perhaps consider their expulsion from the SCO. Frankly, this is pretty extreme.
Oh, I told you they are not being
We were not notified of this situation at all.
Mr. President,
This is frankly
President,
shocking.
sorry, Mr.
They are also
Chairman,
at war with Norway and Denmark, which
well, it's not only shocking to you, Mr. Chairman, it's shocking to us as a former member of our.
That means they're at war with NATO, right? Well,
They're at war with
no,
the
they
EU.
wouldn't be at war with NATO because it doesn't trigger.
We're not even okay, Mr. Chairman. Our Parliament has voted for the about the SCO.
Let's go ahead and stop this right now because we're about to end this session, and I think
Yeah.
this war is a good place
Yeah,
to
okay,
stop the game.
and it-
So let's call this.
Okay. This should be the last. This should be the penultimate before.
Yeah, I think some like week-long roleplay to try and like de-escalate this would be cool. So
Yeah. So this should be the second last, right?
Yep.
Roleplay. Okay.
well, no, we're gonna actually we didn't set a timeline on this. I mean, we could go for 1 or 2 more, but we
Yeah.
haven't decided if it'll just go for 4 sessions or not. To be honest,
I think one more would be good because I think and then we'd finish.
we can discuss it in a minute. I'm gonna go ahead in my stream. I'll be back in just a minute.
All right, go on.
Twins, man. All right, we're gonna end here. This is the end. Obviously, we just became the economic superpower of the world. We've surpassed the GDP of the United States by a lot, and then a war just started in the Balkans with Russia invading. So we're gonna have to completely reevaluate our relationship with Russia. This may result in the SCO kind of getting split in half. Probably the CSTO coming back or something like that. All right, who is the person that I was told to raid? What was his name again, Wild? Dilliams121. He's a Foxhole streamer. We'll go raid him. Use your points. Alright, Dilliams121. This guy is raiding Foxhole. Wild likes him, so... No, I'm not going to mute right now. We're going to go raid him. I am not streaming tomorrow. I may do a stream of me basically experimenting with a new tank designer for Millennium Dawn. I have access to the beta for the 1.7 update for Millennium Dawn. I've been experimenting a bunch with like the new mechanisms for it, including the tank designer, because I'm making tutorials for the update, which will be in September. So you might see me streaming some Millennium Dawn tomorrow, which will be probably me just playing with a tank designer and stuff like that and stuff. So that may happen, it may not. If not, I'll be back Wednesday with some D&D and then more Stellaris next Friday. We didn't have Stellaris yesterday because the save wasn't edited properly and some people couldn't make it. So, all right, guys, hope you enjoyed. I will catch you around.